All right, welcome out here to Memorial Park here in Plover, Wisconsin. Here, the 12 o'clock doubleheader between the Falcons of Amherst and the Cardinals here of Stevens Point, Pacelli. Auto Select pregame show is Stevens Point's best choice for auto repairs, maintenance, and tires. They have complete auto repair services with locations on Church Street and on Highway 10 East in Stevens Point and on Schofield Avenue in Weston. No matter your automotive needs, look to Auto Select and you are good to go. So Coach is out here for the collaboration portion of the pregame here. Head coach Wayne Sankey and all of his coaching staff, John Rafflick, Jeff Saddlemeyer, Sam Grivach, Joe Weinberg. Of course, John Rafflick, longtime coach, along with Coach Sankey, who's been at this for, I believe, this 26th year, if I'm not mistaken. They are 8-2 overall, 3-1 in the CW South Conference. They were out here just a couple nights ago here hosting the Penguins of Tri-County, a 10-0 victory in that one, a conference game. And Amherst on the other end, they are 6-3 overall, 4-1 in the CWC East Conference. They were in action actually just last night with Wittenberg, Burnhamwood. Amherst will be back at home on Monday where they will be hosting Bonduelle. Pacelli, on the other hand, will be at Port Edwards on Monday over in Port Edwards. A 4:30 start for that. Braden Sutter on our production. Brandon Barroncott on the call here today. Well, it's a non-conference game. Certainly a very good couple of teams in action here. Always kind of fun, I would say. Sort of a, I don't know that I would necessarily say a rivalry, but certainly a game that, you always look forward to when you see it on the schedule. I'm sure both teams, both Amherst and Pacelli, typically around the end of April, first part of May. Again, Stevens Point Auto Select. They are Stevens Point's best choice for auto repairs, maintenance, and tires. They have complete auto repair services with locations on Church Street and on Highway 10 East in Stevens Point and on Schofield Avenue in Weston. No matter your automotive needs, look to Auto Select and you are good to go. So the 26th day here of April, the umpiring crew saying we are ready to go here. We'll have our starting lineups. We'll get our national anthem, and we'll be underway here momentarily.
At shortstop, number 1, Mike Ladowski. Behind the plate, number 24, A.J. O'Brien. At first base, number 4, Sully Perkins. Out at third base, number 22, Noah Spolstra. On the mound, number 13, Ethan Pesky. The right fielder, number 28, Gage Ladowski. Out in left field today, number 3, Dylan Cook. DHing, number 34, Cam Becker. Center fielder, number 10, John Carlson. And at second base, number 2, Jackson Lutz. The Falcons are coached by Bill Held. Now for your Pacelli Cardinals. At shortstop, number 1, Malise Badoon. Out in center field, number 7, Jaden Garski. Batting third, the second baseman, number 3, Lucas Hammerly. At first base today, number 10, Tomas Umera. At third base, number 12, Sully Schober. Behind the plate, number 2, Eric Reinke. The pitcher, number 8, Kelton Opper. DHing, number 9, Nate Hammerly. Out in left field, number 11, Nathan Reimer. And the right fielder, number 5, Bryce. The Cardinals are managed by Hall of Fame Wayne Sankey, assisted by Jeff Saddlemeyer, Joe Weinberger, Sam Grivach, and John Rafflick. Now, if we please rise for the playing of our national anthem.
All right, welcome back out here to Memorial Park here. National anthem underway here. Amherst Pacelli in the first of a doubleheader. As we mentioned in our Stevens Point Auto Select pregame show here, Amherst head coached by Bill Held. 6-3 overall, 4-1 in the CWC East Conference. They'll be back in action, as we mentioned, on Monday. They'll be hosting Bonduel. Cardinals, on the other hand, they will be back in action on Monday over in Port Edwards, a conference matchup. They are 8-2 overall, 3-1 in the CW South Conference. Head coached by Wayne Sankey. Defensively here for the Cardinals, you've got Kel Knopper out on the hill. You've got Tomas Uemura over at first, Lucas Hammerley at second, Melise Bedun over at short, Sully Schober at third. Eric Ranke doing the catching here today for the Cardinals. And in the outfield, you have Bryce Flaker in right field, Jaden Garski in center, and Nathan Reimer here gets his start in left field for the Cardinals. And for Amherst, Mike Gladowski will lead things off here, followed by A.J. O'Brien, Sully Perkins, Noah Spolstra, Ethan Pesky, Gage Gladowski, Dylan Cook, Cam Hafferbecker, and Jackson Lutz. John Carlson playing out in center field here for the Falcons here today. A very nice day here out at the old ballpark, as they say, about, 57 degrees or so. Winds, we're going to say blowing out of the north-northeast perhaps, about 8 miles an hour, Randy says. Randy, my fact checker once in a while here. Either way, as we talked about certainly throughout the course of a number of our games here, just to be able to have really 9-10 games in at this point of the season, as Coach Sankey was saying Thursday in our Zaleski Sports postgame, our Nasonville Dairy postgame, you never know what kind of weather you're going to get, and certainly looks to be a very good day here out at the old ballpark. Mike Gladowski will lead things off here, the shortstop, followed by A.J. O'Brien and Sully Perkins. And Kelton Opper on the hill here today, one of the certainly mainstays, I would say, on this Cardinal pitching staff. He's been what I would describe as stellar pretty much the entire season. Granted, very early season. We're about 4 weeks in here. So the left-hander Opper going to work here with Gladowski here. Opper comes set. And we are underway. A swing and a miss. Opper quickly up 0-1 here to Gladowski. Kelton working out of the stretch here. The 0-1 offering to Gladowski is going to miss outside. It's 1-1 now. Last time we saw Kelton, I believe, was the Wittenberg-Burnhamwood game. Him and Chris Sipple went toe-to-toe. Pacelli won that one 2-1. And that's in there for a strike. It's 1-2 now to Gladowski. And that was a game that Tomas Uemura was able to come in and pick up the 2-out save for the Cardinals. It's 1-2 now to Glodowski. That one misses down low. Reinke with a good block back. There it goes, even at 2-2 now. .328 down the line, .372 straightaway center. The 2-2 offering here to Glodowski is going to be just outside. It's going to go full count now to Mike. Had a chance to coach Mike back in the day. Certainly just a really good all-around athlete. Heck of a kid, too, I have to say. That ball hit over to second. Hammerly ranging over for it. And they're going to get Mike Glodowski for the 4-3 ground out for the first out. Hammerly making a nice play, able to stay with that one. And Tomas Uemura able to scoop that one out of there, and that brings up A.J. O'Brien. So the 4-3 ground out to retire Glodowski. O'Brien out of the stretch here to O'Brien, and that one is poked away, and that's going to be out of play and foul. It's 0-1 to O'Brien. Hopper comes set here. The 0-1 offering to O'Brien is off speed, going to miss a little bit high. It's 1-1 now to AJ. Kelton, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, is going to UW-Stevens Point in the fall, where he will be playing for the Pointers. Ball hit on the ground over to Hammerly. Hammerly gloves it. Over to Uemura for the second out. The second 4-3 ground out here for out number 2, and that'll bring up the first baseman here in Sully Perkins.
First baseman, number 4, Sully Perkins.
So a couple of efficient outs here for Hopper and the Cardinals. That one fouled back by Perkins here. Home Furniture, fill your home with the best from Home Furniture. Sofas, sectionals, beds, recliners, lighting, tables, rugs, and so much more. Home Furniture with locations on Grand Avenue in Wisconsin Rapids and on Post Road in Plover. So the 0-1 offering here from Hopper to Perkins. Fastball misses down. It's 1-1 now. Noah Spolstra, the on-deck hitter here for the Falcons. That ball hit sharply out into right field, and very good effort there by Flaker, laying out for it, but just out of the reach here, and digging for 3 is going to be Perkins with a sliding triple. So Sully Perkins with a triple. That ball hit on a rope down the right field line. Flaker certainly made a good effort on it. That ball was hit awfully sharp, and triple here, 2-out triple for Sully Perkins. That'll bring up the senior third baseman here today, and Noah Spolstra. Flaker had one of those highlight reel type catches that we saw back on Thursday night out at Tri County. Right out here at Memorial, I should say, but against Tri County. And he laid out for that one and did the same for that. But that one was a lot more difficult to get to. But good effort either way. 2 outs here with Perkins down at third. That ball hit in the air, and that one's going to get out of play and foul. It's 0-1 to Spolstra. Noah, another one of those young men that I had the privilege and honor to coach many years. A very terrific athlete as well. Good baseball player. Has been playing for a lot of years. Kind of fun to see some of these guys as they get a little bit older here. That one misses out and up. It's 1-1 now to Noah. So Hopper set from the stretch here to Spolstra. The 1-1 offering is a swing and a miss. And Hopper now up 1-2. Hopper's 1-2 offering. That's hit pretty well out, and that's going to get down into the gap, and that'll drive in a run for Spolstra. A RBI single for the senior Noah Spolstra. That'll plate Sully Perkins. Amherst on the board first.
Pitcher number 13, Ethan Pesky.
The RBI single for Spolstra. That'll bring up senior Ethan Pesky. Ethan will be on the hill here today for the Falcons. 2 outs here, the number 5 hitter. And that one misses down from Opper to Pesky. Ranke doing a nice job to stay in front of that one. It's 1-0 now. Opper from the stretch here. The pitch is going to be high. It's 2-0 now to Pesky. Gage Glodowski, the on-deck hitter for the Falcons. Opper throws back over to Waymota over at first, keeping an eye closely on Spolstra there. It's 2-0 now to Pesky. Opper comes in, and that one's going to miss out. It's now 3-0. So Perkins scores the first run of the game here for the Falcons. The 3-0 offering here to Pesky, and that's going to miss outside. He will draw the base on ball, so Pesky aboard now. You've got Spolstra in scoring position down at second. And Ranke to go out and say a few words here to his senior left-hander here. Oso Brewing, the Oso Brewing Company in Plover, offers a large, spacious place for your next gathering or just to watch the big game on a massive projector screen. Enjoy a great variety of pizzas and other hot food along with a cold soda. It's all at the Oso Brewing Company in Plover. So Ranke out to say a few words, and that'll bring up the right fielder here, Gage Glodowski, hitting in the number 6 spot, the left-hander. With a couple runners on, 2 outs. Opper working out of the stretch here to Glodowski. And a swing and a miss. Going up the ladder a little bit on that one. It's 0-1 now to Gage. Dylan Cook, the on-deck hitter for the Falcons. Should Glodowski reach here for Amherst? Opper's 0-1 offering is going to miss just outside. It's 1-1 now to Gage. Brandon Barroncott on call here. Braden Sutter keeping me in line. The production guy always does that. Does a nice job. The 1-1 here from Opper to Glodowski is going to miss high. It's 2-1. The first of 2 games here on the docket out here in Plover. Opper working from the stretch. The 2-1 is a swing and a miss, and it's now even at 2-2. Opper comes set here. The 2-2 pitch here is a swing and a miss, and that is the first Serb-Pro Jamie Wenzel strikeout here today for Kelton Opper. You can call Jamie Wenzel at Serb-Pro for the #1 choice in cleanup and restoration. Serb-Pro like it never even happened. So Amherst with the first run of the game here. Couple hits, couple left on base, no errors. We will move to the bottom half of inning number 1. You're listening to and watching high school baseball here today on Zaleski Sports, brought to you in part from our friends from Hoff Favor Realty. Bottom of 1 coming up here in just 1 moment.
When it comes to vehicle maintenance and repairs, Stevens Point knows you can always put your trust in Auto Select. Keeping up with vehicle maintenance is often an inconvenience, but with locations on Highway 10 East and Church Street in Plover, Auto Select will have you back on the road in no time. Enjoy their 3-year, 36,000-mile warranty, along with shuttle service and loaner vehicles for your convenience. quality, dependable automotive care experts you can trust in Stevens Point, Clover, and in Weston. At Auto Select, you're good to go.
Maida Custom Apparel, your local source for quality, custom decorated clothing and products. Discover a wide range of products from corporate casual wear to team uniforms, promotional items, sporting goods, and awards. Don't settle for less. With our in-house production, we will make your name or event stand out with custom sports jerseys, branded cooler bags, and personalized can coolers. Celebrate team success with custom awards and promotional items. At Maida Custom Apparel, we put your brand first. Explore your options today at maidacustom.com.
All right, we are back out here, Memorial Park, bottom of one coming up here. Right-hander senior Ethan Pesky on the hill here for the Falcons. He'll look through Lise Badoon and Jaden Garski, Lucas Hammerly, followed by Tomas Uemura, Sully Schober, Eric Ranke, Nate Hammerly, Nathan Reimer, and Bryce Flaker. The order here for the Cardinals and Amherst defensively. Of course, Pesky out on the hill. Sully Perkins over at first. Jackson Lutz over at second. Mike Gladowski at short and Noah Spolstra at third. Out in the outfield, you've got Dylan Cook in left. John Carlson out in center and Gage Gladowski in right, and doing the catching here today for the Falcons is A.J. O'Brien. So Badoon, Garski, and Hammerly, the top three hitters here coming up here for the Cardinals. And as we mentioned in our Auto Select pregame show here earlier today, Pacelli 8-2 overall in this young season. 3-1 in the CW South Conference. So Melise Badoon to lead things off here for the Cardinals. Melise, the everyday shortstop for the Cardinals. We've certainly seen him pitch as well. So Pesky working out of the windup here to Badoon. The offering is breaking ball in there and a nice one at that. It's 0-1 now to Badoon. Sophomore Jaden Garski, the on-deck hitter for the Cardinals. Pesky's 0-1 offering to Badoon that's going to be Gladowski there to glove it. The F6 here to retire Melise Badoon for out number one. And that'll bring up the center fielder here in Jaden Garski. Jaden was the Zaleski Sports Highlight House player on Tuesday, I believe, over in Rosholt. Just the sophomore Jaden. Pesky in there, fastball. Called strike, it's 0-1 to Garski. And another nice pitch there by Pesky. It's 0-2. Pesky works. That ball is going to be hit out of play. It's going to go foul. Remains 0-2 to Garski. Infinity Exteriors, installing peace of mind, roofing, siding, and windows built to last, saving our communities from unscrupulous contractors. We guarantee quality that you can trust. So that's going to be popped up to Gladowski, ranging over for it. And the F6 to retire Jaden Garski for out number 2. And that'll bring up senior Lucas Hammerly. Had the pair of triples on Thursday night. One of them, for a moment at least, I thought had a chance to get out of here at Memorial Park. Had a hot bat. Pesky starts off 0-1. Breaking ball in there, it's 0-1. And that one, I think, just missed out. It's 1-1 now to Lucas. Tomas Uemura is the on-deck hitter for the Cardinals. Pair of outs here with a 1-1 count from Ethan Pesky to Lucas Hammerly, and that is in there for called strike 2. He's up 1-2 now to Hammerly. That ball is going to be hit out of play, foul. Let's hope it does not hit a vehicle, and it does not. That's good. The insurance guy in me likes to see those not hit vehicles. The 1-2 offering here to Hammerly, and that's Drilled out into right field, a base hit, so Hammerly keeps that hot bat going. A 2-out single for Lucas, and that'll bring up the senior Tomas Huemora. Tomas, another one of those solid bats here, hitting in the cleanup spot. Has a very quick bat. We've seen that throughout the course of this young season for Tomas. And Pesky's off speed misses high and out. It's 1-0 here to Huemora. Pesky from the stretch here. And that one going to miss outside. It's 2-0 now to Tomas. Tomas playing first base here. That one's going to miss down low, and Hammerly going to steal second base to get into scoring position for the Cardinals. You have to think Tomas probably looking to take all the way here. And a 4-pitch walk to Huemora.
Third baseman, number 12, Sully Schober.
And that will bring up sophomore Sully Schober, the third baseman here. With a couple of Cardinals on base, with Lucas Hammerly down at second and Huemora over at first. 2 outs here. Pesky working out of the stretch here for the Falcons. That one's going to miss high and in. It's 1-0 to Schober. So we saw Schober pitch in relief on Thursday against Tri-County. Both him and Reinke giving Cardinal players a little glimpse of the pitching staff. So Schober gonna reach by way of hit by pitch here. So Hammerly moves down to third, Huemora down to second, and Schober aboard. Or the sophomore catcher Eric Reinke now with 2 outs, bases loaded full of Cardinals here. Checking on Schober to make sure he is okay. May have been shaken up just a little bit there on that, perhaps. Infinity Exteriors, installing peace of mind roofing, siding, and windows built to last, serving our communities from unscrupulous contractors. We guarantee quality that you can trust. We're also brought to you today in part by Culligan Water. Culligan Water specializes in all of your water softener, drinking water, and water filtration systems. You can count on Culligan to keep your water pure and healthy with unparalleled service and convenient delivery options. That's Culligan Water. So that one's in there for a strike to Reinke. It's 0-1 now to Eric. Bases loaded with Lucas Hammerly down at third. Ball misses down and away there, and it's 1-1 to Reinke. And that one's going to miss. And that ball is thrown out, and a couple runs are going to come across possibly here. And Huemora hustling in for the 2 runs there, and Hammerly and Huemora scoring on that. Schober gets down to second. So Pacelli now with a 2-1 lead here. We're in the bottom half, inning number 1, 2-1 here, 2 outs. Pesky to Reinke. Schober with the lead down at second. That one's going to miss upstairs and in. It's now 3-1 to Reinke. Eric, our Zaleski Sports Highlight House player Thursday night right out here at Memorial Park. Pitched 4 innings, pitched very well, had the 8 Serb-Pro Jamie Wenzel strikeouts, did Reinke just as sophomore. And that one's in there for a called strike. It's full count now to Reinke. Reinke certainly one of the, what I would say is kind of their everyday catcher, but showed he has capacity as well to be a pretty nice pitcher. So he'll draw the walk there, and that'll bring up the designated hitter, junior Nate Hammerly. We'll get a courtesy runner here. I believe that's going to be Braden flaker to courtesy run here for Rinke. So a couple Cardinals on here. Nate Hammerly aboard, or coming up here, I should say. Aboard at the plate, we'll say, right? Pesky works from the stretch. And that one's going to miss outside. It's 1-0 now to Nate Hammerly. Nathan Reimer, the senior, the on-deck hitter here for Pacelli. Should Nate reach here for the Cardinals. And that one's in there for a called strike. A good fastball. It's 1-1 now to Nate. Breaking ball and a nice one at that. The bender in there, it's 1-2. So Pesky up in the count here to Nate Hammerly, 1-2. And a swing and a miss. And Hammerly down on strikes for the third out. A Serb Pro Jamie Wenzel strikeout here for Ethan Pesky. Pacelli does come away with a couple runs on a couple hits. An error. Couple runners left on here. We are through 1 inning complete. We will move to the second inning of play here. You're listening to and watching high school baseball here today on Zaleski Sports, brought to you in part from our friends from Off Favor Realty. Second inning coming up here in just one moment.
Hi, I'm Josh Marks, owner of Infinity Exteriors. 9 out of 10 brand new roofs can't pass a simple manufacturer warranty inspection, meaning 9 out of 10 brand new roofs have no warranty. Infinity operates on principles instilled in my Marine Corps service: honor, courage, and commitment. Infinity is meticulous craftsmanship, unbeatable quality, and always at the best price. Infinity buys more, pays less, passing those savings directly to you. We're booking new roofs, siding, and windows. Call today.
Selling your car to Doll Auto is quick and easy. Bring your title and keys, and you'll have a check in as little as 30 minutes. Still owe money on your vehicle? No problem. We'll take care of it. Doll Auto. Simple.
All right, we are back. One of our mini game day sponsors here today, that is the Tomorrow River School District. Great things are happening at the Tomorrow River School District. Join the Falcon family. Are you ready to fly with us? That is the Tomorrow River School District. Also brought to you today in part by Ridgetop Exteriors. Just like these players bring their best to the field, Ridgetop Exteriors brings top-tier performance to your home: roofing, siding, windows, and doors. Ridgetop Exteriors has the winning strategy to protect your home. Visit ridgetopexteriors.com. That's Ridgetop Exteriors. So Kel Knopper out for his second inning of work here for the Cardinals. Surrendered a couple hits, a run and a walk, and a Serb Pro Jamie Wenzel strikeout in his first inning of work for the Cardinals. You've got 7, 8, 9 coming up here for the Falcons with Dylan Cook, Cam Hafferbecker, and Jackson Lutz. Opper will work from the stretch here. Top half inning number 2. And a fastball, swing and a miss. 0-1 now to Dylan Cook. Dylan playing out in left field here to start this one off for the Falcons. And a swing and a miss. It's 0-2 now to Dylan. Quickly 0-2 to Dylan Cook. Opper certainly has an arsenal of pitches in his repertoire, we'll say. We've certainly seen his fastball certainly has progressed throughout the course of his high school career. It's 1-2 now to Cook. That one's going to miss out. It's even at 2-2 now. Cam Hafferbecker, the on-deck hitter for the Falcons. And a swing and a miss, and that is the second Serb Pro Jamie Wenzel strikeout here today for Kel Knopper. You can call Jamie Wenzel at Serb Pro for the #1 choice in cleanup and restoration Serb Pro like it never ever happened. So one away now for Cam Hafferbecker. Cam, the designated hitter here today for the Falcons. And that one's in there for a called strike. It's 0-1 to Haferbecker. Jackson Lutz, the on-deck hitter for the Falcons. Hopper working out of the stretch, up 0-1. And that one just missed. It's 1-1 now to Haferbecker. And a swing and a miss to Haferbecker, and a nice fastball in there. It's 1-2 now to Cam. Hopper gets his sign from Ranke. He comes set here. It's 1-2. And that one a swing and a miss, and another Serb Pro Jamie Wenzel strikeout again. You can call Jamie Wenzel at Serb Pro for the #1 choice in cleanup and restoration Serb Pro like it never ever happened. So 2 away now here quickly for Jackson Lutz. Jackson, the second baseman here in this one. Hopper working quickly and out of the stretch here. That one's going to miss downstairs. It's 1-0 now to Lutz. So Hopper's 1-0 to Lutz. Fastball in there, swing and a miss by Lutz. It's 1-1 now. Kelton, the senior left-hander for the Cardinals. And another fastball, swing and a miss by Lutz. It's 1-2. So Hopper up in the count now, 1-2. Shakes off sign, likes the next one here. The 1-2 offering coming up here from Hopper. And that one's going to be hit sharply. Look out over there in the Amherst dugout. They're all athletes, though. They're able to evade that foul ball here. Remains 1-2 to Haferbecker. And that one's going to miss high. It's even at 2-2 now to Lutz. Hopper gets his sign here, works out of the stretch. His 2-2 offering is going to miss down low. Good stop there by Ranke. It goes full now to Lutz. The full count offering to Lutz, and that one a swing and a miss, and 3 consecutive Serb Pro Jamie Wenzel strikeouts for Kel Hopper. A 3-up, 3-down inning here. No runs, no hits, no errors, no runners left on, and we will move to the bottom half of inning number 2. Jelly out front here, 2-1 in this one. You're listening to and watching high school baseball here today on Zaleski Sports, brought to you in part from our friends from Hoff Favor Realty. We'll bring it right back here in one moment.
Welcome to Bruce Orthodontics, where we provide comprehensive orthodontic care to patients of all ages. We are now accepting new patients, and we accept most insurances.
Orthodontics is much more than just a job to me. It is my passion and my life. What separates us from other orthodontists is constant continuing education for myself and my staff, compassion, and dedication. Here at Bruce Orthodontics, we change lives one smile at a time. I'd love the opportunity to meet you and transform your smile.
Call us to set up your free consultation today.
All right, we are back. Bottom half 2 coming up here. One of our many game day sponsors today. That's St. Carpet One. St. Carpet One on Post Road in Plover is here to floor you with all the best in all of your flooring and carpeting needs. Whether for your home or business, you'll find help with choosing the right look and material to bring your flooring to the next level. So senior Nathan Reimer to lead things off here. Bottom half inning number 2. Ethan Pesky out on the hill for his second inning of work, and that's going to be in their fastball, called strike. It's 0-1 to Reimer. The 0-1 offering, that one's going to miss a little down low, and may have gotten a piece of our umpire here. Looks to be okay, though. It's 1-1 now. Bryce Flaker, the on-deck hitter for the Cardinals. And that one's going to miss down low and away. It's 2-1 now to Reimer. And a swing and a miss to even things up here, 2-2 to Nathan Reimer. Pesky working out of the windup here. The 2-2 offering to Reimer that's going to be a base hit for senior Nathan Reimer. So Reimer, a nice at-bat there for the Cardinals to lead things off here in this bottom half of inning number 2. That'll bring up the sophomore here in Bryce Flaker. Pesky working out of the stretch. Nathan Reimer over at first. The bunt is placed, but it's going to go foul. So it's 0-1 now to Bryce Flaker. Certainly we've seen Braden lay down some really nice bunts. Could probably teach a class on bunting, Braden, older brother Braden. Bryce showing bunt, and that's a pretty nice bunt in and of itself because it will get the runner over to second. With Reimer getting down to second.
Sacrifice for Bryce brings up the shortstop, number 1, Melise Badoon.
So back to the top of the order with Melise Badoon. He flew out to shortstop, back to Mike Ladowski in his first at-bat here today. So 0-for-1 here for Melise. Reimer, the runner in scoring position for the Cardinals, and that is in there for a called strike. So it's 0-1 to Badoon. One away here with Reimer down at second. Hit over to Gladowski at short. That's going to be a tough play, and they're going to say he's safe. So Badoon with an infield single.
For Badoon, the center fielder, number 7, Jaden Garski.
So Reimer, just based on the virtue of where that one was hit, it was not hit real hard, but just the good combination of Badoon's speed and a tough play that was going to be, no matter how you look at it. So an infield single here. One away with a couple runners on for the Cardinals. Ethan Pesky works out of the stretch. Jaden Garski. And that one is high. It's 1-0. Garski 0-for-1 here today. He flew out to Mike Gladowski at short in his first at-bat. So the 1-1 offering here from Pesky, and that ball is going to be hit out of play and foul. By Garski. So Pacelli with the 3 base hits here today, the 2 runs. And the early lead in this first of 2 here today. So Garski out in front of that one. It's 1-2 now. The off-speed pitch going to miss high. It goes even at 2-2 to Jaden Garski. So 2-2 here coming up to Jaden. That one hit down the line, and that's going to be a fair ball, and that's going to score Nathan Reimer. So the RBI single for Jaden Garski. And it was hit right down the line, so Badoon gets over to second. Garski with the RBI single to draw in Reimer for the 3rd run here for the Cardinals, and that'll bring up Lucas Hammerly now. Lucas 1-for-1 here today. Singled, scored a run, and stole a base. Back in the first. Pesky working out of the stretch here. Hammerly getting the bunt down, and a pretty nice bunt at that. That's going to be an awfully tough play. And they're going to say Hammerly out at first. Sack bunt there, the 1-3.
The first baseman, number 10, Tomas Yumara.
That'll bring up senior Tomas Uemura, who walked and scored a run back in the first. He's got a couple of runners in scoring position with Badoon down at third and Garski down at second. And Uemura, his second base on ball here today.
Third baseman, number 12, Sully Schober.
That'll bring up Sully Schober, who was hit by a pitch in his first plate appearance for the Falcons. Bases loaded. 2 outs here. That ball going to be hit in the air. I think that'll probably stay in play here, and it will. Pesky camps out under it, and he'll make the play to retire Sully Schober on the F1 for the third out. But not before Pacelli comes away with 3 hits. 3 left on and a run scored here. We will move to the third inning of play. Pacelli out front here 3-1. You're listening to and watching high school baseball here today on Zaleski Sports. Brought to you from our friends from Hoff Favor Realty. Third inning coming up here in just one moment.
If you're looking for delicious, you've found it at Rock and Roll Cafe in Stevens Point. This family-oriented 50s-themed cafe is open 7 to 3 daily with a great diverse menu of American and Mexican breakfast and lunch options. Enjoy dine-in or carry-out 7 days a week and always served quickly, fresh, with a smile. For the full menu and more about this local Stevens Point gem on Stanley Street, visit rockandroll.cafe.
Is it time to replace your old gutters? Call Schwartz Seamless Gutters and protect your home with new seamless technology. No seams, no leaks. With free estimates in 2 days or less and workmanship guaranteed, our service is as seamless as our gutters.
All right, we are back. One of our many game day sponsors here today. It's Dahl Automotive. The Dahl family of vehicles has been earning 5-star reviews since 1911. Now, we'd like to earn your 5-star review at their new Dahl Honda and Dahl Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram dealerships in Stevens Point. Learn more online at dahlauto.com. That is dahlauto.com. So we're also brought to you today in part by Cheese Pleasers. Cheese Pleasers in Bancroft is a local hidden gem filled with all the finest cheeses, snack sticks, cheese curds, and cheese trays. For Wisconsin's finest cheese, stop at Cheese Pleasers right off I-39 in Bancroft. So Mike Gladowski will lead things off here for the Falcons. 1-2-3 coming up, top of the order. Michael is 0 for 1 here today, grounded over to Hammerly at second. The 4-3 ground out in his first at-bat back in the first. Opera working from the stretch for the Cardinals. His pitch to Gladowski, and that one is going to miss a little down low. It's 1-0 now to Mike. Michael, the junior here for the Falcons. That one's going to be fouled back into the fencing material. It's 1-1 now to Mike. So 1-1. And a pretty nice turnout here at Memorial Park. A nice Saturday afternoon. Twin bill here between a couple of teams about 25 minutes apart here, roughly, I would say, depending on how quickly you drive. For me, it's about 40 minutes, but everybody else, 25, if that. So it's 2-1 here. That one's going to miss. It's now 3-1 to Mike Gladowski. Couple of very good programs here, Amherst and Pacelli. Couple of really good high school baseball coaches in Bill Held and Wayne Sankey. Ball hit on the ground. Opper barely gonna get the speedy Gladowski, the 1-3 ground out. Got him by an eyelash maybe. So 1 away now, and A.J. O'Brien coming up. A.J. is 0 for 1 here today. Grounded out to Hammerley at second, back in his first at-bat in the first. The 4-3 ground out. So 1 away for O'Brien. A.J.'s been doing a nice job behind the plate here today in this one for the Falcons. That ball hit in the air out to shallow center field, and Garski ranging over, and he will make the play for the second out, the F8, to retire A.J. O'Brien for out number 2, and that'll bring up first baseman Sully Perkins. Sully had that big triple and run scored back in the first. 1 for 1 here today for Sully. Hopper misses out. It's 1-0 now to Sully. You've got Sully Perkins from the Falcons and Sully Schober from the Cardinals. So that one's downstairs. It's 2-0 now to Sully Perkins. Noah Spolstra, the on-deck hitter for the Falcons. The 2-0 offering here to Perkins. That one's upstairs. It's quickly 3-0 now to Perkins. And that one in there for a called strike. It's 3-1. Hitters count now for Sully. And that'll be a base on ball, so Perkins will be aboard. A 2-out walk here, and that'll bring up the third baseman here, senior Noah Spolstra. 1 for 1, had the RBI single back in his first at-bat, back in the first, which drove in Sully Perkins, who was at third. That one misses a little bit high and up. Or high and out, I should say. It's 1-0 to Spolstra. And that ball gonna get out of play and foul. It's 1-1 now to Noah. Whitetail Properties Real Estate is your premier hunting land, farmland, and recreational land broker. If you're looking to buy or sell, Central Wisconsin agents are Brian and Evan Roosh at whitetailproperties.com. That is Whitetail Properties. The 1-1 pitch here from Opper to Spolstra. And that is in there for a called strike. It's 1-2 now to Noah. Perkins down at first. And that one's going to be just a little bit high. It looks like it's going to be even at 2-2. Perkins will swipe second base, so a runner now in scoring position for the Falcons with Perkins 2 outs. 2-2 count here to Noah Spolstra. Twos are wild, you'd say. A lot of twos on the board. Number 22, Spolstra here. The 2-2 offering is, it's going to hit Spolstra, so he will draw the 2-out base on ball by way of being hit by a pitch. That'll bring up the senior pitcher, Ethan Pesky. Ethan walked in his first plate appearance. So Opper has a couple of runners on base now with a runner in scoring position and Perkins down at second. Working out of the stretch to the 5-hitter and Ethan Pesky fastball, and that's going to be in there for strike one. It's 0-1 now to Ethan. Gage Glodowski, the on-deck hitter for the Falcons. Hopper's 0-1 pitch here, and that's going to be a little bit high. It looks like it's 1-1 to Ethan. Not a cloud in the sky, folks. Nice Saturday twin bill baseball. That one off speed. Pesky out front just a little bit. It's 1-2 now to Ethan. Outfield at what I would say probably kind of medium depth, medium to somewhat deep depth here for Pesky. One-two offering is, we're going to get a throw down, and that's going to be, Schobert does a nice job to keep that one in play. Sully does. Ranky the throw down there just outside of the reach of Schobert, though, but he was able to climb the ladder and keep that one here and prevent a run potentially from scoring on that. So a couple runners in scoring position now with Spolstra at second and Perkins down at third. The 2-2 offering here is going to miss high to Pesky. And the count's going to go full now. And a swing and a miss. And a very big Serb pro Jamie Wenzel strikeout there for Kelton Opper to end the Falcons' top half of inning number 3. No runs, no hits, no errors. 3 left on. We will move to the bottom half of inning number 3. Pacelli out front here, 3-1. You're listening to and watching high school baseball here today on Zaleski Sports. Brought to you in part from our friends from Hoff Favor Realty. Bottom 3 coming up here in just one moment.
At Ridgetop, we are your trusted, local, affordable exterior renovations expert. Isn't that right, Bo?
Exactly, especially when we are working on someone's biggest investment.
Can you give us an example, Bo?
Well, there was this house. We replaced the roofing, siding, and windows. Then, they left a 5-star review.
One of our thousands of 5-star reviews?
Exactly.
For your free, no-obligation estimate, call us today or go to ridgetopexteriors.com.
Is your business, church, or organization getting a fair deal on your copier contracts? Do you even know how much you're spending? Bauer & Fine Business Technologies has been in the office technology industry for 70 years. We have an award-winning service department, and customers love our fair and flexible service contracts. If you're currently a customer, thank you. If you currently work with one of our competitors, let's talk. We can tell you if you're overpaying or getting a good deal. BBT, we want to be the easiest vendor you work with. b-bt.com.
All right, we are back. One of our many game day sponsors here today, Little Scholars Childcare. Little Scholars and Little Scholars Beginnings are 2 beautiful childcare and preschools in Stevens Point, offering early childhood learning for infants through 4K. You'll find great facilities and a comfortable environment to help your child grow. Visit littlescholars.com. That is littlescholars.com. So Rinky hits that one. Going to get fouled down the third base line. So you got 6, 7, and 8 here coming up for Pacelli with Ranky, Hammerly, and Reimer. Eric walked in his first plate appearance back in the first. Pesky up here, 0-1 ball hit on the ground to third. Play made, and the 5-3 and a nice stretch there by Sully Perkins. That one hit over to Spolstra, the 5-3 ground out. So Spolstra to Perkins for the first out here for Amherst, and that'll bring up the designated hitter, junior Nate Hammerly, who was 0 for 1 here today. Nate struck out back in the first. So Pesky working out of the windup here, 1 away. Pitch to Nate Hammerly, that one's going to miss. And it's 1-0 to Nate. Bottom half, inning number 3 out here at the old ballpark. That ball hit on the ground. Perkins will take it himself and will step on one to retire Nate Hammerly.
Left fielder, number 11, Nathan Reimer.
For the second out. And that'll bring up Nathan Reimer, the senior left fielder here in this one. He had a single and a run scored back in the second. So Nathan 1 for 1 here today for the Cardinals. Quick couple outs here and a swing and a miss to Reimer. It's 0-1. Pesky's 0-1 pitch here to Reimer. That ball lifted, and that is going to go out of play and foul. So it's quickly 0-2 here to Reimer. Express Employment Professionals has relationships with all the local businesses and job openings. Call or stop in at Express Employment to find the right career path for you. That is Express Employment. So it's 0-2 here to Reimer. And they'll check to see if he went. They'll say he was able to check that one. So it's now 1-2 to Reimer. And that one's going to miss just inside. It's going to go even 2-2 now to Reimer. Bryce Flaker in the on-deck area for the Cardinals. The 2-2 offering here to Reimer. And that one misses down low. It's full count now. Nice stop there by A.J. O'Brien. Doing the catching today here for the Falcons. Full count coming up. Reimer hits that over to Spolstra on the ground. Spolstra makes a nice play on it, and a nice stretch there by Perkins, but not able to wrangle that one in there, and Reimer will be aboard.
Right fielder, number 5, Bryce Flaker.
So a runner board now, and Bryce Flaker, who had the 1-3 sack bunt in his last at-bat back in the second. Pesky works out of the stretch here, 2 away. He'll throw back over to Perkins to check on Reimer. Nathan able to get back in there safely. That ball hit on the ground over to Spolstra, who's going to make a play on it. And a nice play there by Noah Spolstra, showing that range, the senior. The 5-3 put out to get Bryce Flaker for the third out here. So no runs, no hits, one error. Couple left on here. We are through 3. We'll move to the top of the fourth here. Pacelli out front, 3-1 here. You're listening to and watching high school baseball here today on Zaleski Sports.
At Oso Brewing, we're committed to our community and charity events. We give back locally. We're spot on with tasty food right inside our brewery. Oso pizzas and sandwiches are the best kept secrets in the area. Come and enjoy our new patio atmosphere with friends and family.
It will be something you want to tell your friends about.
Does your roof need attention? Don't replace it, restore it with Seamless Commercial Roofing. Our process is guaranteed and a fraction of the cost of replacement with no downtime.
Half inning for that one's going to be fouled back. Braden doing a nice job, though, to get us back on track. Producer extraordinaire he is, I will say.
Hold on. It's not sending through yet.
The 2-2 offering, that's down. So it's full count now here to Haferbecker. Hopper's 3-2 offering, and that's going to be a strikeout here, and another ServPro Jamie Wenzel strikeout for Kelton Hopper. You can call Jamie Wenzel at ServPro for the #1 choice in cleanup and restoration. We'll move to the bottom half of inning number 4 here. Pacelli out front, 3-1. You're listening to and watching high school baseball here today on Zaleski Sports. Brought to you from our friends from Hoffavor Realty, bringing it right back here in 1 moment.
Doctor basically said, you're going to be in a wheelchair and walking with a walker. And I'm like, what? I'm like, That's my life. That's my life story. I looked around on the internet and I found Shai at Next Step Prosthetics. And I came in and met with him, and I felt so comfortable here, so unfearful. He said, we're gonna get you up and walking.
Call to set up a free, no obligation evaluation. Next Step Prosthetics, the fit for you.
All right, we are back here. One of our many game day sponsors here today, that's Ski's Meat Market. Ski's Meat Market is your locally owned premier meat market filled with more than 30 flavors of brats, along with chicken, steaks, beef, deli meats, local and seasonal favorites, and so much more. It's all at Ski's Meat Market on Highway 10 East in Stevens Point, and tell them Eli sent you. Today's game also brought to you today in part by Blinds and Designs by Kelly, Premier Auto Body, Dahl Automotive, Stevens Point Brewery, Lee Ayers Jewelers, Point Heating and Cooling, and Poor Tessie Pizza. So Melise Badoon will lead things off here in the top half of inning number, or bottom half of inning number 4, beg your pardon. It is Badoon, Garski, and Hammerly. Melise 1 for 2 here today. He singled in his last at-bat. Pesky back out for his 4th inning of work. And that one misses high to Badoon. It's 1-0 now to Melise. Melise popped up to the shortstop in his first, and looks like he's going to be hit by a pitch here. So Badoon will get down to first here, and that'll bring up the sophomore Jaden Garski, 1 for 2 here this afternoon. He had an RBI single in his last at-bat. He also popped up to shortstop. Garski again, that RBI single that drove in Reimer in his last at-bat. Pesky is in there, and that is a called strike. It's 0-1 to Jaden. So nobody out here. The 0-1 from Pesky to Garski here. He'll check back on Badoon over at first. Badoon sliding back in safely. Nicolay Bank offers personal banking at its best locations in Stevens Point, Wausau, Colby, Medford, Edgar, and Merrill, or learn more at nicolaybank.com. Pesky's pitch misses high. It is going to go 2-1 now to Garski. Beg your pardon, it's 1-1. That ball hit in the air. And ranging over there is John Carlson to make the play. Nice job by John there for the F8 to retire Jaden Garski. First out here, and that'll bring up Lucas Hammerly. He had the 1-3 sack bunt in his last at-bat, and then he also singled, scored a run, and stole a base back in the first. Pesky checking back on Badoon there at first. Pesky from the stretch, the pitch. That one's going to miss out, and it's 1-0 to Lucas. Shelley clinging to the 2-run lead here. We're in the bottom half of inning number 4 out here at Memorial Park. Ethan Pesky with a 1-0 count, and Hammerly is going to, that's going to be caught there, so the fly out to 4. The second baseman there, Jackson Lutz, making the play there for out number 2. And that'll bring up the senior Tomas Uemura here for the Cardinals. Badoon down at first. And again, as we mentioned, a pretty nice crowd here at Memorial Park today on this very nice Saturday afternoon. That one's in there for called strike. It's 0-1 to Uemura. Paskey back over to Perkins to check on Badoon. Badoon back in there safely. And that one misses out. It's 1-1 to Waimora. Sully Schober, the on-deck hitter here for the Cardinals. Should Waimora reach. And that one's going to miss inside to Waimora. It's now 2-1. Tomas was walked and hit by a pitch in both of his plate appearances here this afternoon. So I guess you'd say technically not an official at bat yet, but that ball hit on the ground over to Lutz at second. He'll be unable to make the play there, and Waimora will reach on the E4.
Number 12, Sully Schober.
So 2 aboard now for sophomore Sully Schober. Sully was hit by a pitch, and then he popped up to the pitcher in his last at-bat in the second. 2 aboard with a couple runners on now, and Paskey's pitch is fouled back by Schober. It's 0-1. Mutual of Wausau Insurance, protecting homes, farms, and businesses since 1875. Visit mutualofwausau.com to find an agent near you. Snap throw back down to Perkins. And 1-1 to Schober. And that one's going to get a piece of Schober. So he's been hit by a pitch twice here today.
Number 2, Eric Ranke.
So Badoon will go down to third and Waimora down to second. Schober at first. That brings up sophomore catcher Eric Ranke. He is 0 for 1 today. Walked and grounded out to third. Head coach Bill Held coming out for a mound visit here. We'll stay right here. If there is a pitching change, which I don't know that there will be, then we would go to commercial pause. I want to give thanks to all of our game day sponsors here. Stevens Point Orthopedics, proud to welcome orthopedic spine surgeon Dr. Jason Pataki. Dr. Pataki is ready to serve the central Wisconsin community and is now seeing patients. For more information regarding spine and back services available at stevenspointortho.com. That is stevenspointortho.com. We're also brought to you today by the Rock and Roll Cafe. Find a great variety of breakfast options at the Rock and Roll Cafe. Breakfast, lunch, Friday fish fry, and service with a smile. Open daily for breakfast and lunch, only on Stanley Street in Stevens Point. So Coach Held will stay with the senior right-hander Ethan Paskey. Maybe just a few words of encouragement from Coach Held and the rest of the Falcons squad here. They're 2 outs, bases loaded here, and Ranke. And that ball is going to be hit out of play, and it's going to go foul. So it's 0-1 to Ranke. As we mentioned, Eric 0 for 1 here today. The 0-1 pitch here to Ranke. And that ball hit pretty well by Ranke, but John Carlson will be there to make the final out for the Falcons. So 3 left on here, no runs, no hits, 1 error, 4 in the books here. Pacelli with a 3-1 lead here. We'll move to the 5th inning of play here out at Memorial Park. You're listening to and watching high school baseball here today on Zaleski Sports. Brought to you from our friends from Off Favor Realty. 5th inning coming up here in just one moment.
Shuda Funeral Home in Stevens Point and Plover is your local, family-owned and operated funeral home providing families with compassionate, individualized, and affordable services when you need it most. The loss of a loved one is a difficult fact of life that Shuda Funeral Home will ensure you won't have to face alone. Shuda Funeral Home will guide you through the process from in-person visitations to creating obituaries and tributes. Pre-planning can also be a great way to ease these topics for your family. Learn more at shudafuneral.com or bring your questions and stop in.
love it. You're gonna love home furniture.
Hi, this is Jill from Home Furniture and Design. Since 1970 and 4 generations, our family has been proudly offering quality furniture like Lazy Boy, Serta, and the Amish to central Wisconsin. We also offer free in-home design with our professionally trained designers to help you create a space that is uniquely yours, whether it's just a sofa or the entire home.
You're gonna love it. You're gonna love home furniture.
West Grand Avenue, Wisconsin Rapids, and Post Road in Plover.
All right, we are back. One of our many game day sponsors today, that's the Phelps Dairy. The culture of Wisconsin is forever tied to life on the farm. Bring the family for a visit to Phelps' Dairy store in Stevens Point. Cheeses, dairy products, local meats, seasonal decor, and so much more. That is Phelps' Dairy Store, food, family, and fun. So Jackson Lutz will lead things off here in the Falcons' half of inning number 5. Jackson is 0 for 1 here today. Cal Napper back out for his 5th inning of work for the Cardinals. And it's 1-0 now to Lutz. And that's in there for a called strike. So Cal Napper with the 7 Serve Pro Jamie Wenzel strikeouts here in this one this afternoon. Hopper with a 1-1 offering here to Lutz. That one's upstairs. It's 2-1 now. Hopper has pitched very well here thus far, and Lutz swings and misses at the fastball. It's even 2-2 now to Jackson Lutz. At the top of the order, and Mike Gladowski coming up here after Lutz here. And that's in there for a called strike, and that is the 8th Serve Pro Jamie Wenzel strikeout here today for Cal Napper. You can call Jamie Wenzel at Serve Pro for the number 1 choice in cleanup and restoration. 1 away now for Michael Gladowski, who is 0 for 2 here today, grounded to second and grounded to the pitcher in his last at-bat. Hopper coming in with fastball, misses downstairs. It's 1-0 to Gladowski. Kelton with a little bit extra on that one, perhaps, maybe. Ratcheted that one up just a notch or two, that fastball. Either way, it's 1-0 to Gladowski. And that one's going to miss high. It's 2-0 now to Mike. And a swing and a miss. Fastball 2-1 now to Mike. Mike, a stellar 3-sport athlete for the Falcons. Quarterback, point guard, and shortstop here. He swings and misses. It's now 2-2 to Mike. So Hopper's fastball looks to have maybe gained a notch or two, just by my humble opinion anyways here. It's 2-2 now to Gladowski, and that one's hit in the air, and Hammerly going back on it, and he'll make the play. Lucas Hammerly for the 2nd out. Hammerly showing that range and that athleticism. Was able to make a pretty nice long run to get the 2nd out here, and that'll bring up A.J. O'Brien. A.J. 0 for 2 here today. Flew out to center field in his last at-bat and grounded to short. Back in his first at-bat, so 0 for 2 for O'Brien. Breaking ball in there. It's 0-1 to A.J. Don't have an exact pitch count, but have to think that Kelton humming along pretty well here thus far. It's 0-2 now to O'Brien with a couple away. Breaking ball is going to miss out. It's 1-2 now to O'Brien. 91 pitches, Ryan says here. And that fastball is going to be fouled back by O'Brien. It remains 1-2. Top half inning number 5 here. The first of two on the docket. And a swing and a miss. Drop third strike. Ranke will make the play there for the third out, and another Servpro Jamie Wenzel strikeout for Kelton Hopper. You can call Jamie Wenzel at Servpro for the number one choice. And cleanup and restoration will move to the bottom half of inning number 5. Pacelli with a 3-1 lead. You're listening to and watching high school baseball here today on Zaleski Sports, brought to you in part from our friends from Hoff Favor Realty. Back here in one moment.
Hey, you're tuned in to Better Halves.
Skip, I love my hometown, and I want a health plan that feels the same way. So, what are your favorite local date spots?
Oh, yeah, I know like all the date spots in Eclair.
Jane, I'm Steve from Security. I've lived here in Wisconsin my whole life, and that means I understand your health coverage needs better.
By the way, Doug, it's Eau Claire. I have a dozen Eclairs in my dressing room.
After a couple years of this, it's time for more money, more opportunity. That's where Midstate Technical College comes in. Got a passion for helping people? Maybe you like cars. Are you into science? Are you good with computers? No matter your path, we've got cutting-edge classes with field-trained professionals and better tuition options. Stop getting by and level up today.
All right, we are back, bottom half, inning number 5. Ethan Pesky back out for his 5th inning of work. One of our many game day sponsors today, that's Sherrill Tire and Auto Service. For all of your tire and auto service needs, look to Sherrill Tire and Auto Service. Great deals on tires that fit your needs as a sure thing to get back on the roads. That Sherrill Tire and Auto Service. Also brought to you today in part by Next Step Prosthetics. Providing prosthetic and orthotics throughout central Wisconsin. Take your next step and contact them today. That is Next Step Prosthetics. So designated hitter Nathan Hammerly to lead things off here in the Cardinals' bottom half of inning number 5 here. So 7, 8, 9 coming up here for the Cardinals, which would be Nathan Hammerly, Nate Reimer, and Bryce Flaker. Pacelli clinging to that 2-run lead here. Still a lot of baseball in front of both teams here. Pesky comes set, and the pitch to Hammerly is a swing and a miss. It's 0-1 to Nate. Nate hit into the unassisted ground out to the back in his last at-bat, struck out his prior at-bat. It's 0-2 now to Nate. So Nathan 0 for 2 here today. Pesky, that ball's going to be hit. It's going to get out of play. Foul just beyond the third base side there. So it remains 0-2 to Nate Hammerly. So both pitchers have, I would say definitely have pitched pretty well, kept this game very close. And that is a drop third strike. Nate Hammerly will charge down to first, and he'll be out. The strikeout for out number 1, a Servpro Jamie Wenzel strikeout for Ethan Pesky, where you can call Servpro at Jamie Wenzel. Servpro like it never ever happened. So 1 away now, and Nathan Reimer. Nathan reached on an error back in his last at-bat, singled and run scored in his prior at-bat. Hit on the ground to Gladowski at short. Ranges over, makes the play over to Perkins for the second out, so the 6-3 ground out for out number 2. So a quick couple outs here, and right fielder Bryce Flaker coming up. Bryce had a sac bunt back in the second, and then grounded into the 5-3 ground out back in the third. 2 away here for Flaker. Fleet Farm, no matter what your everyday life looks like, Fleet Farm has you covered at the best prices guaranteed. Auto, pet, farm, snacks. Fleet Farm has everything you need at all The lowest price is that is Fleet Farm. And that one's in there for called strike. It's 0-1 to Bryce Flaker. Badoon, the on-deck hitter for the Cardinals, should Flaker reach. That one's going to miss down low, and it's 1-1. So Pacelli scored the 2 runs in the first, the 1 in the second, and they've been silenced basically ever since. Amherst scored the 1 run in the first and have been silenced ever since. So for the most part, both pitchers really did a nice job to settle into this one. It is 3-1 now to Bryce Flaker. So the 3-1 pitch to Flaker is in there for a called strike. It's full count now to Bryce. Pesky's 3-2 pitch here on the way, and that's going to be fouled, and let's hope it doesn't hit the car going by here. It will not, so that's good. Souvenir for someone. So it's 3-2 now to Flaker. 3-2 pitch coming up, and that is in there for a called strike. The third out, and another Serb Pro Jamie Wenzel strikeout for Ethan Pesky. 5 innings are in the books. No runs, no hits, no errors. Nobody left on here. 5 are complete. We will move to the 6th inning of play. Stevens Point Pacelli out front here 3-1. You're listening to and watching high school baseball here today on Zaleski Sports. Brought to you in part from Hoff Favor Realty. Bringing it back here for the 6th inning in 1 moment.
In every department at Dahl Auto, you'll find people who've been in the industry for decades. Sales staff with a deep knowledge, not just of cars, but how to build relationships. A service team who always double checks each other's work. Dozens of people you may never meet who've been working for years to make buying and servicing a car feel fast and easy. In over 100 years at Dahl Auto, we've learned to value experience. After working with our team, you'll value our experience too. Dahl Auto, simple.
All right, we are back here, one of our many game day sponsors as the Tomorrow River School District. Great things are happening at the Tomorrow River School District with the open enrollment now open. Come and join the Falcon family. Are you ready to fly with us? That's the Tomorrow River School District. Also brought to you today in part by Dahl Automotive. Dahl Automotive in Stevens Point has over 1,300 vehicles, but they want more. So they'll offer an extra $500 over book value for your trade-in vehicle. Shop DahlAuto.com for the best selection in the area, or stop in to see them at Dahl Honda just off Stanley Street, or at Dahl Chrysler on Highway 10 East in Stevens Point. So senior right-hander Tomas Waymora in relief here for the Cardinals. Kelton Opper goes 5 innings strong here today. Would be in line for the victory if things would remain on the trajectory they are on. But still a lot of baseball in front of us. So by my math anyways, Opper with the 5 solid innings here of work for the Cardinals surrenders the 2 hits, the 1 run, couple of walks, and 9 Serb Pro Jamie Wenzel strikeouts for the senior left-hander. For Amherst, they will have 3, 4, and 5 coming up, which would be Sully Perkins, Noah Spolstra, and Ethan Pesky. And we've seen Waymora throughout the course of this young season. Certainly another very capable arm in the arsenal for head coach Wayne Sankey. Amherst has action in their bullpen as well. So Perkins, Spolstra, and Pesky to lead things off here in the top half of inning number 6. Waymora working out of the stretch here for Pacelli. And that one's going to miss just down low to Perkins. It's 1-0 now to Sully. Sully 1 for 1 today. Had a triple run scored and then a walk and a pair of stolen bases here. That one's fouled back. It's 1-1 now to Perkins. And that one just misses now, and it's 2-1 to Perkins. WIAA comes set here. The 2-1 offering from, that's going to be lined out of play foul. It's even at 2-2 now to Sully. Keltnapper goes to first. So basically the two players switch positions with, and a bender, and that was a beauty at that. That was a swing and a miss. And the first serve pro, Jamie Wenzel, strikeout for Tomas WIAA. You can call Jamie Wenzel at Serve Pro for the #1 choice. And cleanup and restoration. One away now for senior right-hander Noah Spolstra. Noah 1 for 1 here today, was hit by a pitch and an RBI single back in his first at-bat, back in the first. WIAA in there for a called strike. It's 0-1 now to Noah. Braden Flaker out in left field now. Thanks to Randall Grivach, keeping us in the know here. That ball, kind of a half swing, and Bryce Flaker over there to make the play out in right field for the second out, the F9.
Number 13, Ethan.
So that'll bring up Ethan Pesky. 0 for 1 here today, walked and struck out in this game thus far. The pitch from WIAA, the fastball, and that is in there for a called strike. It's 0-1 to Ethan Pesky. Breaking ball, and a nice one at that. Boy, I tell you, that thing has some snap to it. Does WIAA. It's 0-2 now to Pesky. And that one is going to miss just upstairs, I believe. May have been a bit inside as well. It's 1-2 now to Pesky. WIAA's pitch just misses. It's going to go even at 2-2 now. The 2-2 offering here is, that's going to be a base hit. A nice piece of hitting there. 2-out single for Ethan Pesky. Does a nice job to hang back on that. So a 2-out single for Pesky, and that'll bring up the right fielder, Gage Glodowski. Actually, no, looks like we may have a 2 outs. And a swing and a miss. It's 0-1. So it's 0-1 now. And that's in there for a called strike. It's 0-2 now. Nothing in 2 here to Wyatt. And a snapped out throw down to second, cut off there by Hammerly, and in there is Pesky with a stolen base. And it's 1-2 now to Wyatt. WIAA checking his signs here. He is set. His 1-2 pitch. And that one's going to be just low. It's now 2-2. Dylan Cook, the on-deck hitter for the Falcons. We're in the top half of inning number 6 here. Tomas Uemura working with a 2-2 count, 2 outs. Ethan Pesky down at second for the Falcons. Uemura going to miss a little down low with that. Nice stop there by Reinke. Count goes full now. And a swing and a miss, and another Serb-Pro Jamie Wenzel strikeout there for Tomas Uemura. You can call Jamie Wenzel at Serb-Pro for the number 1 choice. And cleanup and restoration, we're going to move to the bottom half of inning number 6 here. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, a runner left on here. We'll move to the bottom half of inning number 6. Pacelli coming up. You're listening to and watching high school baseball here today on Zaleski Sports, brought to you in part from our friends from Hoff-Favor Realty. Bottom 6 coming up here in 1 moment.
Are you tired of being a boring old tree, bird, or mythical war hero? Find the right job for you at Express Employment. Stop today and discuss positions that fit your abilities and qualifications, leading you to the perfect job. Always local, always strategically selected to match your skill set with local employers. There's a perfect job out there. Let Express Employment professionals help you find it. In Wausau, Stevens Point, Medford, and Marshfield. Find jobs and apply online at expresspros.com.
All right, we are back here. Bottom half of inning number 6 coming up here. Top of the order for the Cardinals with Badun, Garski, and Hammerly coming up here. Looks like that is Logan Hintz, the right-hander, in relief here of Ethan Pesky. Made a Custom Apparel. Made a Custom Apparel specializes in providing quality, decorated apparel, including from corporate casual team uniforms and promotional items to sporting goods and awards. Find just what you need to keep you looking great. Learn more at madeacustom.com. That is madeacustom.com. Today's game also brought to you in part from the Shuta Funeral Home. Shuta Funeral Services in Stevens Point and Plover is here to help you with all of your funeral needs with 2 convenient locations and a personal local touch. Let their experienced staff serve your family. Learn more at shutafuneral.com. That is shutafuneral.com. So Logan Hintz out on the hill now here for Amherst. So that brings up Melise Badun, who is 1 for 2 here today. He was hit by a pitch in his last plate appearance and then singled back in the second and popped up to short in his first at-bat. Hint's fastball is down low. It's 1-0 now to Badun. Hint's misses down. It's 2-0 now to Badun. Garski, the on-deck hitter for Pacelli. And that one's in there for a called strike. It's 2-1 now to Badun. The 2-1 offering here from Hintz. And that one's going to miss high and tight there. It's 3-1 hitters count now for Badun coming up. Lucas Hammerly doing a nice job to hustle over and grab that one. Keep the game moving. 3-1 here to Badun. Hintz's offering is in there for a called strike. It's now full count to Badun. Again, the first of 2 games here on the slate for today. Badun's going to lift that one out of play, call foul. It's going to get foul, remains 3-2. Again, as we've mentioned throughout the course of today's broadcast, a pretty nice crowd out here at Memorial Park. So Badun will be aboard. Base on ball. And that'll bring up the center fielder, Jaden Garski. Jaden is 1 for 3 here today. He flew out to short, Had the RBI single and then flew out to center field. So 1-for-3 here today for Garski. Garski has kind of cemented himself as sort of the everyday center fielder. Lays the bunt down, and a pretty nice one at that. That's going to be a long play. And a nice play there by Hintz to get the out there to retire Jaden Garski. But Badoon gets down to second on that one. So one away now, and Lucas Hammerly coming up. Flew out to second, had the sack bunt, and then had the single and stolen base and runs scored back in the first. So 1-for-3 here today. Hintz is breaking ball, and a nice one at that. It's 0-1 now to Lucas. One away with Badoon in scoring position for the Cardinals. This game's been pretty tight pretty much the entire way. 3-1 game, you kind of figured it would be. Throw back down to second. Badoon back in safely. It's 1-1 now. As we mentioned, really those runs from both squads early on in the game here today, but really since that time it's been really a tale of two pretty good pitchers, and well, very good pitchers I'll say, and Lucas looks at strike two. It's 1-2. One and two from Hintz. Badoon on the run. Breaking ball, and Badoon is going to be in there with his stolen base. And a 2-2 count now to Lucas Hammerly. Amherst played last night, so 3 games really in 2 days for this Falcons team. It's a whole lot of baseball in a couple of days, no doubt. The 2-2 offering here to Hammerly, that's going to miss. It's now full count. And that ball hit out. And John Carlson making a nice play out in center field, but a run is going to score in Badoon. The 4th run coming across, so Hammerly with the sac fly out to
Sack fly for Hammer. Brings up Tomas Humera.
So that brings up Tomas Huemora. Tomas reached on an E4, was hit by a pitch and walked. And of course we saw him in the last half inning with the 2 Servpro Jamie Wenzel strikeouts in relief of senior left-hander Kelton Opper. It's 1-0 now to Huemora. Hintz's pitch, fastball in there, strike one. It's 1-1. So 2 away. Hintz's pitch to Huemora is going to miss high and out. It's 2-1. So Pacelli now with the 4 runs. That one just misses. It's 3-1 hitters count to Tomas Huemora. That ball hit on the ground. Perkins going to range over it. And we'll see. And Huemora beats it out. I'm going to say that is I'm going to say base hit. Yeah, for sure. Absolutely.
Third baseman, number 12, Sully Schober.
Hustling all the way. So a 2-out base hit, and that brings up Sully Schober. Beg your pardon, that is Schober, yep. So Schober 0 for 1 here today. He was hit by a pitch twice in this one here and popped up to the pitcher in his at-bat back in the second. It's 1-0. So it looks like we've got a courtesy runner. I think that's Gerritsen down at first. That one's upstairs. It's 2-0 now to Schober. Henry Garrettson, the courtesy runner with 2 away here. 2-0 to Schober. Hintz working from the stretch. And that's a nice one in. Fastball in there. It's 2-1. Eric Rinke, the on-deck hitter for Pacelli. Hintz misses high. It's now 3-1. The 3-1 pitch. And Schober chases that one. It's full now. So the 3-2 pitch here to Schober. Garrettson on the move and ball to Schober. So base on ball there. Couple of runners now on base with
The catcher, number 2, Eric Rinke.
Eric Rinke coming up. Eric is 0 for 2 here today. He flew out to center field, grounded to third, and walked. So his 4th plate appearance here today. Logan Hintz working out of the stretch. Couple runners on, 2 outs here. Bottom half, inning number 6. Hintz misses downstairs. It's 1-0. You have to think that way. Mora will pitch the 7th. One would think anyways, right? And that one's outside and low. It's 2-0 now to Rinke. About an hour and 45 minutes into this one. Hintz, that one's going to be hit out of play and foul. So Rinke now with a 2-1 count with 2 outs. Logan Hintz checking on his signs from his catcher. The 2-1 pitch is hit out of play, foul. It goes even at 2-2 now to Rinke. And we saw, as we mentioned a couple times today, we saw Rinke pitch very, very effectively on Thursday evening. He was our Sir Pro Jamie Wenzel Zaleski Sports Highlight House player. Eric was. So it's full count now. Pitch on the way, and that is in there for a called strike, and Sir Pro Jamie Wenzel strikeout, the 3rd out to retire Eric Rinke. We are through 6 innings of play here. Pacelli now with the 4th run scored, so it's 4-1. We'll move to the top half of inning number 7. You are listening to and watching high school baseball here today on Zaleski Sports, brought to you in part from our friends from Hoff Favor Realty. Back here in 1 moment.
Hello, Wisconsin. Phelps Dairy Store in Stevens Point is your spot for family fun, Wisconsin style at the farm. Come have an ice cream or some of their daily made fresh cheese curds while observing the robotic barn milking the cows. Ask for a tour of the farm or let the kids see the cows up close. Various Wisconsin-made dairy and beef products, seasonal decor, and outdoor activities are just the start of the family fun that awaits you at the Phelps Dairy Store, just a half mile from Walmart in Stevens Point. Phelps Dairy Store, food, family, and fun.
Ski's Meat Market is your locally owned premier meat market filled with so many delicious favorites featuring hundreds of varieties of bratwurst, chicken, pork, steak, and so much more. No matter what you're looking for, everything you'll find at Ski's Meat Market is always fresh with so many local gems including pizzas, salsas, deli meats, and a variety of homemade dips, pasta salads, veggies, loaded baked potatoes, and drinks. Ski's is a one-stop shop for all your culinary needs. They're always adding new flavors and specialty products. Ski's Meat Market on Highway 10 East in Stevens Point. Their quality is worth the stop.
All right, we are back here. Tomas Uemura back out for his 2nd inning work here in relief of Kelton Opper, who went 5 strong innings and would be in line for the victory if Uemura and the Cardinals are able to close things down here in the top half of inning number 7. First of 2 games here on the slate. You'll have 7, 8, and 9 coming up here for Amherst. That is Dylan Cook will lead things off here, and Waimoda pitched a scoreless 6th inning. Had the 2 Serb-Pro Jamie Wenzel strikeouts here, and again out for his second inning of work here. Fastball that's going to be fouled back by Cook. It's 0-1 now to Dylan. So 8 hits between the 2 teams here today. Waimoda in there for a called strike. It is 0-2 now to Dylan Cook. Waimoda, Cook able to get a piece of that one. The fastball remains 0-2. John Carlson looks to be the on-deck hitter. Drop third strike, and Cook tagged out for the first out, and another Serb-Pro Jamie Wenzel strikeout for Tomas Waimoda. You can call Jamie Wenzel at Serb-Pro for the number 1 choice in cleanup and restoration. So John Carlson coming up here in the top half of inning number 7 for the Falcons. Big John, number 10 here. John playing out in center fielder, making some nice plays out there for the Falcons. Another one of those guys that I had the chance to coach throughout the course of a few years back in their younger days. Waimoda fastball, that's popped up. Waimoda calling for it. That ball hit a country mile high, and Waimoda there to make the second out here, the F1 to retire Johnny Carlson. 2 away now for Logan Hintz now, number 5 coming up. So last call here for the Falcons in this first of 2 games here today. Waimoda trying to close the door here on the Falcons, and that one misses, and it's 1-0 now to Hintz. Waimoda is offering fastball, misses down. It's 2-0. And a swing and a miss. It's 2-1 now to Hintz. Waimoda works from the stretch, 2-1 with 2 away, and Hintz up. And that catches the outside corner. It goes even at 2-2 now. So it goes full now to Hintz. And a swing and a miss, and another Serb-Pro Jamie Wenzel strikeout for Tomas Waimoda, who gets the save. And a final out here in game 1 of 2 here today, 4-1. We'll have our Nasonville Dairy postgame show. We won't do any interviews or anything, but I will try to put a bow on the end of this first of 2 games here when we bring it back here. Of course, Nasonville Dairy with fresh cheese curds made daily. Get your cheese curds. Nasonville Dairy in Marshfield, Curtis, or NasonvilleDairy.com. We'll take a brief commercial pause. I'll wrap things up here, final stats, and then we'll take a brief break and have our second game shortly thereafter. You've been listening to and watching high school baseball here today on Zaleski Sports, brought to you in part from Hoff Favor Realty. Back here in 1 moment.
Imagine if your orthopedic clinic, surgery center, and physical therapy were all in one place with one team. At Stevens Point Orthopedics, you'll have a clinic where a friendly voice always answers your call. If you need further care, it's a short walk to meet our surgery center team, or down the hall to meet a group of our physical therapists. There is one space and one team for the best orthopedic care in central Wisconsin. That's Stevens Point Orthopedics. World-class treatment and hometown care.
The auto service specialist at Sherrill Tire and Auto Service can change your oil, fix your brakes, align your vehicle, make that check engine light go away, and more. Great service from great people at Sherrill Tire and Auto Service. Find your location at SherrillTire.com.
Rich, creamy, and fun. Point Craft Soda. Caffeine free, made with 100% real sugar. From Stevens Point Brewery.
All right, we are back. We'll put a bow on this one. We won't do our post-game interview. We'll do that after the second of two games here today in this doubleheader. We'll recap this one. So Pacelli able to get the 4-1 victory in the first of two games here today. 5 hits for the Cardinals. And Kelton Opper picks up the win here today. He goes 5 innings, surrendering 4 hits. Just the one, beg your pardon, actually no, just the 2 hits, my apologies. So the 5 runs, 2 hits, the 1 run, couple of walks, and 9 Serb Pro Jamie Wenzel strikeouts for Kelton Opper in the win here for the Cardinals. Tomas Waymota picks up the save. He goes 2 innings here. No runs, no hits, and able to get 3 Serb Pro Jamie Wenzel strikeouts to pick up the save in this one. So we'll have our second game here, I would say probably within, maybe about the next 20 minutes or so. But again, a final out here in this one, 4-1 Stevens Point Pacelli over the Falcons of Amherst. We'll sign off here in this one, and we'll have the second game here on our doubleheader Saturday here out at Memorial Park. That will be coming up probably again, I would say in about maybe 20 minutes, give or take. You've been listening to and watching high school baseball here today on Zaleski Sports, brought to you today from our friends from Hoff Favor Realty. We'll bring it back here for the second game here probably in about 20-ish or so minutes. All right, we are back here. Second of two games coming up here. The 2:20 start roughly, maybe 2:25, I guess, by the time first pitch underway here. But Melise Badoon will get the start in the second game here today. Defensively, he'll have Kelton Apper over at first, Tomas Lucas Hammerley at short, Sully Schober at third. Man in the outfield will be Bryce Flaker out in right field, Jaden Garski in center, and Braden Flaker out in left field, and Eric Ranke to do the catching here defensively for the Cardinals. And for Amherst, they'll have Sully Perkins, Mike Gladowski, A.J. O'Brien, Ethan Pesky, Noah Spolstra hitting fifth here in this one, Wyatt Beaudoin hitting sixth, Gage Gladowski hitting seventh, Landon Wenzel hitting eighth, and Dylan Cook will hit ninth here in the second game here for the Falcons. And Beaudoin, I believe, will get the start in the game here based on the information I have anyways in my hands right now. Either way, we are underway here, our second of two games here. Senior right-hander Melise Badoon, and first pitch and a hit by pitch. One pitch. Hit by pitch there to Sully Perkins. That'll bring up Mike Gladowski now. Mike playing second base here in this one. He played short back in the first game here today. So Perkins aboard now with nobody out and Gladowski up. Badoon working out of the stretch here for the Cardinals. He'll check back on Perkins, and a pretty nice move over there. Perkins able to slide in under that. Auto Select is our pregame sponsor here. Stevens Point's best choice for auto repairs, maintenance, and tires. They have complete auto repair services with locations on Church Street and Highway 10 East in Stevens Point and at Schofield Avenue in Weston. No matter your automotive needs, look to Auto Select, and you are good to go. So a called strike in there, and they throw out at second, so the Ranke able to gun down Perkins trying to steal second there. So it is 0-1 now to Gladowski. Badoon's pitch, that misses a little bit inside. It's 1-1. A.J. O'Brien, the on-deck hitter for the Falcons. He caught in the first game. He'll be over at short defensively. And Gladowski with a base hit for the Falcons to lead things off here for Amherst. So that'll bring up the shortstop now, and A.J. O'Brien, as we mentioned, he caught in the first one. Noah Spolstra will be catching here in this second of two games. So Gladowski with a base hit. And that one misses upstairs to O'Brien. It's 1-0 now. So the 1-0 pitch here from Badoon. The fastball is in there, a called strike. It is 1-1 now to O'Brien. You've got Ethan Pesky in the on-deck area for the Falcons. Badoon taking a moment there. That one is down low. It's 2-1 now to O'Brien. So Pacelli was able to come away with the victory in the first of two here today. 4-1 victory behind the win for Kelton Apper. Waimoda got the save in that one. Badoon will throw back over to Apper at first to check on Gladowski there. It is 2-1 now to O'Brien. Badoon comes set the pitch. That one's downstairs. It's 3-1 hitters count now to A.J. O'Brien. So Pacelli with that earlier win advances to 9-2 on the season. Amherst 6-4 now overall in the season. And a walk given up to A.J. O'Brien. So two aboard now with one away, and Ethan Pesky coming up. Ethan pitched the first game. Had a chance to talk to his dad a little bit. I thought he pitched pretty well for the most part in that first game. Certainly both teams really kind of early goings, able to get on the scoreboard a little bit, but really settled down, I would say, for the most part after that. It's 1-0 now to Ethan. Noah Spolstra, the on-deck hitter for the Falcons. Pair of runners on here, 1 out. The 1-0 pitch here is in there, and it's a called strike. It's 1-1 now to Pesky. Badoon. That one's going to be hit down the line, foul, fielded nicely. The textbook fielding throw by head coach Bill Held, showing us how it's done down there. Nice job, Bill. Something tells me he can still play. It's 1-2 now to Pesky. And a swing and a miss. And the first serve pro Jamie Wenzel strikeout here for Melise Badoon. You can call Jamie Wenzel at Serve Pro for the number one choice in cleanup and restoration. 2 away now for Noah Spolstra. You've got Glodowski down at second, O'Brien down at first, 2 away here. And Spolstra out front of that one, and snap throw back down, and pickle play. We're going to have a play coming home at the... And Glodowski slides in for the first run, so Mike Glodowski scores. A little maybe confusion perhaps on the defensive side of things perhaps there. So it's 0-1 to Spolstra. That does enable Glodowski to score the first run of the game here. Amherst with the early 1-0 lead here. Badoon's pitch is in there for a cold strike. Caught the inside part of the plate, it looks like. It's 0-2 now to Spolstra. Breaking ball in there for a cold strike, and that is the second Serve Pro Jamie Wenzel strikeout for Melise Badoon. So Amherst gets a run, a hit, and 1 error, and 1 left on here. We'll move to the bottom half of inning number 1. You're listening to and watching high school baseball here today on Zaleski Sports, brought to you in part from our friends from Hoff Favor Realty. Back here in 1 moment.
When it comes to vehicle maintenance and repairs, Stevens Point knows you can always put your trust in Auto Select. Keeping up with vehicle maintenance is often an inconvenience, but with locations on Highway 10 East and Church Street in Plover, Auto Select will have you back on the road in no time. Enjoy their 3-year, 36,000-mile warranty, along with shuttle service and loaner vehicles for your convenience. Quality, dependable, automotive care experts you can trust in Stevens Point, Plover, and in Weston. At Auto Select, you're good to go.
Maida Custom Apparel, your local source for quality, custom decorated clothing and products. Discover a wide range of products from corporate casual wear to team uniforms, promotional items, sporting goods, and awards. Don't settle for less. With our in-house production, we will make your name or event stand out with custom sports jerseys, branded cooler bags, and personalized can coolers. Celebrate team success with custom awards and promotional items. At Maida Custom Apparel, we put your brand first. Explore your options today at maidacustom.com.
All right, we are back here. Auto Select, one of our game day sponsors here. They are Stevens Point's best choice for auto repairs, maintenance, and tires. They have complete auto repair services with locations on Church Street and at Highway 10 East in Stevens Point and on Schofield Avenue in Weston. No matter your automotive needs, look to Auto Select, and you are good to go. We're also brought to you today in part by Home Furniture. Fill your home with the best from Home Furniture: sofas, sectionals, beds, recliners, lighting, tables, rugs, and so much more. Home Furniture with locations on Grand Avenue in Wisconsin Rapids and on Post Road in Plover. Today's game also brought to you in part by Oso Brewing. The Oso Brewing Company in Plover offers a large, spacious place for your next gathering or just to watch the big game on a massive projector screen. Enjoy a great variety of pizzas Another hot food along with a cold soda. It's all at the Oso Brewing Company in Plover. Just a hop, skip, and a jump down the road here, I would say. Could probably jog over there, I would say, maybe. So Wyatt Bodwine out on the hill for the Falcons. Bodwine. That was the pronunciation I received from the Amherst group. So leading things off here will be Malus Badoon, followed by Jaden Garski and Lucas Hammerly. So Malise starts out on the hill today in this one. Had the one-hit surrender to walk and a pair of Serb Pro Jamie Wenzel strikeouts here today for Badoon. Bodwine's offering is in there, a called strike and a nice one at that. It's 0-1 now to Badoon. And presuming Wiss Sports is correct, it looks like he may be just a freshman, folks. That's what I'm showing, at least on my app here. Ball hit pretty well, ranging back and unable to make the play on that. And Badoon is going to be down to second. That ball kept carrying, I would say. I think they're going to probably score that an E8, I think. You double? So a double, they're going to score that a double, it sounds like. So Badoon will be back or up at second. And Bodwine misses inside to Jaden Garski. So it's 1-0 now to Garski. And they're going to say, I think they're going to get Bodwine for the balk, I believe, that'll get Badoon down to third now. So now just 90 feet away to try to tie things up is Malise Badoon. Nobody out here, a 1-0 count to Garski. Bodwine working out of the stretch here for the Falcons. The pitch is in there, and it's a called strike. It's 1-1 now to Garski. So again, both teams will be back in action on Monday. No rest for the weary. Amherst, their third game in 2 days here. They played last night, a swing and a miss on that one. A nice off-speed offering there to Garski to make it 1-2 now. Amherst will host Bonduel on Monday. And the Cardinals will be on the road over at Port Edwards. Weather permitting, of course. That ball lifted into the air. Ranging back is Glodowski at second. He'll make the play there for the first out to retire Jaden Garski, and that'll bring up Lucas Hammerly now. Lucas with one away. He's got Badoon down at third. As I mentioned, weather permitting Monday, if you look at the forecast, it does not look overly favorable, but you never know. I know Coach has said it a few times. If you're able to have 10 games at this point in the season, you're doing okay. Ball hit on the ground to Glodowski. He's going to go to first, the 4-3 ground out to get Hammerly. But a run will score with Badoon coming in.
Second baseman, number 10, Tomas Umera.
And that'll bring up Tomas Uemura. Tomas pinned down the save in the first game. Couple of innings. And I think he had the 3 Serb Pro Jamie Wenzel strikeouts to pick up the save in relief of Opper. Bodwine, the nice off-speed pitch. Uemura way out in front of that one. It's 0-1 now to Tomas. 2 away now. Sully Schober, the on-deck hitter for the Cardinals. Coach Sankey, the third base coach over there. That's Coach Sads at first, I believe. And Uemura out in front of that one. It's 0-2 now to Tomas. Tomas, certainly a quick bat. We've kind of been saying that sort of all along. He's been out in front of both of these pitches here thus far from Bodwine. And that one misses out. It's 1-2 now to Tomas. So Wyatt working here from the stretch with 2 away. 1-2 here to Huemora. And Tomas with a sharp hit out there, and he's aboard with a base hit. So the second hit here today for the Cardinals in this half inning here. 2 outs here for the third baseman, Sully Schober. Infinity Exteriors. Infinity Exteriors installing peace of mind roofing, siding, windows built to last. Serving our communities from unscrupulous contractors. We guarantee you quality that you can trust. That's Infinity Exteriors. So Bodwine checking over on Huemora there at first. Back to Perkins. Huemora able to get in safely. Bodwine working out of the stretch here. The pitch. And the fastball in there. Throw down to second. And that's going to be in time to get Huemora on the base pass for the third out, and a nice throw there by Noah Spolstra. Pacelli knots things up at 1, though. A couple of hits. A runner left on there, and a run comes across now. It's 1-1. We're through 1 inning of play here. We move to the second inning. You are listening to and watching high school baseball here today on Zaleski Sports, brought to you in part from our friends from Hoff Favor Realty. Back here in 1 moment.
Hi, I'm Josh Marks, owner of Infinity Exteriors. 9 out of 10 brand new roofs can't pass a simple manufacturer warranty inspection, meaning 9 out of 10 brand new roofs have no warranty. Infinity operates on principles instilled in my Marine Corps service: honor, courage, and commitment. Infinity is meticulous craftsmanship, unbeatable quality, and always at the best price. Infinity buys more, pays less, passing those savings directly to you. We're booking new roofs, siding, and windows. Call today.
Selling your car to Dahl Auto is quick and easy. Bring your title and keys, and you'll have a check in as little as 30 minutes. Still owe money on your vehicle? No problem. We'll take care of it. Dahl Auto. Simple.
All right, we are back. One of our many game day sponsors here this afternoon. That's Culligan Water. Culligan Water specializes in all of your water softener, drinking water, and water filtration systems. You can count on Culligan to keep your water pure and healthy with unparalleled service and convenient delivery options. So Wyatt Bodwine will lead things off here, followed by Gage Glodowski and Landon Wenzel. You go 6, 7, and 8 here for the Falcons. Their top half of inning number 2. Badoon back out on the hill, misses that one down low. Ranke able to keep that one in front of him. It's 1-0 now to Bodwine. That one's fouled back. It's 1-1 now to Wyatt. So Badoon, one of those, what I would say is 4, not really 5 seniors that have seen some time out on the hill. It is definitely 5. That one in there for a called strike. Opper, Hammerly, Badoon, Huemora, and we've seen Nathan Reimer as well here this season for the Cardinals. Pitch here, and that's hit on the ground sharply, and that is going to be a single there for Wyatt Bodwine.
Number 28, the right.
He'll lead the second inning off with a sharp single there to right. And that'll bring up number 28, the 7th hitter here today in right field, Gage Glodowski. We'll get a courtesy runner here for Bodwine. Bodwine, of course, out on the hill for the Falcons. I think that's John Carlson courtesy running. Johnny. Big senior out at first base running for the Falcons. Nobody out here, and Gage Glodowski up here with Badoon working out of the stretch. The pitch, a swing and a miss. It's 0-1 now to Gage. Outfield depth fairly shallow in left, it looks like. Garski at about medium depth out in center, and Flaker about normal depth as you would expect here from the left-handed hitting Glodowski. It's quickly 0-2 now. Badoon's 0-2 offering, breaking ball. And Rinke trying to frame it just a little bit away, and it's 1-2 now to Gage. Well, Rinke typically kind of that everyday catcher, but Nate Hammerly, maybe a chance for two here. They'll get the double play there, the 6-4-3 turn there to get the double play to end. I beg your pardon, that's 2 outs here, my apologies. The 6-4-3. So 2 away now for Landon Wenzel. The tailor-made double play turn there by the Cardinals, a 6-4-3. Landon Wenzel up, fastball in from Badoon. It's 0-1 now to Landon. And that ball hit sharply, and that'll be a base hit for Wenzel. Nice piece of hitting there for the center fielder. So Amherst now with 3 hits here thus far. And that brings up number 3 here, the left fielder in Dylan Cook. Wenzel at first. Badoon working out of the stretch for Pacelli. The pitch is on the way, and it's going to be ball 1. And the bunt, and that's going to be bunted foul. So it's 1-1 now, 2 away with Cook working with a 1-1 count now. Badoon checking back over to Opper at first, keeping a close, watchful eye on Landon Wenzel over at first. He is working with a 1-1 count here to Dylan Cook. The 1-1 pitch on the way and a swing and a miss. Snap throw down to Rinke, and that was a nice throw by Rinke, just unable to get the tag on there. He probably would have had him there, I think. He may have thought that was the 3rd strike. I'm not sure. Either way, it's 1-2. Tough to say. And a swing and a miss. And the 3rd Serb-Pro Jamie Wenzel strikeout here for Melise Badoon. So Amherst comes away with a couple of base hits. A runner left on. We will move to the bottom half of inning number 2. We're all knotted up here at 1 apiece. You're listening to and watching high school baseball here today on Zaleski Sports, brought to you in part from our friends from Hoff Favor Realty. Back here in 1 moment.
Welcome to Bruce Orthodontics, where we provide comprehensive orthodontic care to patients of all ages. We are now accepting new patients, and we accept most insurances.
Orthodontics is much more than just a job to me. It is my passion and my life. What separates us from other orthodontists is constant continuing education for myself and my staff, compassion, and dedication. Here at Bruce Orthodontics, we change lives one smile at a time. I'd love the opportunity to meet you and transform your smile.
Call us to set up your free consultation today.
If you're looking for delicious, you've found it at Rock and Roll Cafe in Stevens Point. This family-oriented 50s themed cafe is open 7 to 3 daily with a great diverse menu of American and Mexican breakfast and lunch options. Enjoy dine-in or carry-out 7 days a week and always served quickly, fresh, with a smile. For the full menu and more about this local Stevens Point gem on Stanley Street, visit rockandroll.cafe.
All right, we are back here. One of our many game day sponsors, that's the Tomorrow River School District. Great things are happening at the Tomorrow River School District. Join the Falcon family. Are you ready to fly with us? That's the Tomorrow River School District. So that'll bring up Sully Schober here to lead things off in the bottom half of inning number 2. So you got 5, 6, and 7 coming up here for the Cardinals. Wyatt Bodwine out for his second inning of work. He works from the stretch here for the Falcons. The pitch on the way. Off speed is going to miss there. So it's 1-0 now to Schober. Bodwine set. The 1-0 offering on the way. Fastball and Schober with a base hit. A nice piece of hitting there for Sullivan Schober. So he'll be aboard with a single there. And Eric Reinke coming up, his first plate appearance here today. Reinke catching both games here today. Does a nice job for the Cardinals behind the plate, able to keep a lot of baseballs in front of him. Bodwine with Schober aboard, bunt being showed. Snap throw from Spolstra down to first. And just getting back is Schober there. And it's 1-0 now to Reinke. Bodwine comes set here with a 1-0 offering to Reinke. Fastball misses down and a little bit outside. It's now 2-0. It is 2-0. That one misses high and tight now. It goes 3-0 to Reinke. Bottom half inning number 2 in this tightly contested game here thus far. That one is in there for a called strike. It's 3-1 now to Reinke. Senior Kelton Opper on deck for the Cardinals. Nobody out here. Bodwine working out of the stretch. The pitch here, and a pretty dandy one at that. It's 3-2 now. Fastball right down Wisconsin Avenue. Full count coming up here. Roosevelt Avenue maybe then. And that one's going to miss high, so Reinke will draw the base on ball here. And that'll have Sully Schober down to second, and Kelton Opper coming up now. Ridgetop Exteriors, just like these players bring their best to the field, Ridgetop Exteriors brings top-tier performance to your home. Roofing, siding, windows, and doors, Ridgetop Exteriors has the winning strategy to protect your home. Visit ridgetopexteriors.com. Couple base runners on, nobody out here. Bodwine's offering, that one's outside. It's 1-0 now to Opper. Bryce Flaker, the on-deck hitter for the Cardinals, followed by Braden Flaker. Dad Dave right up here by us. House full of Flakers here today. Ballpark full, yeah, indeed. Yes, indeed. So it's 2-0 now here, and that is in there for a called strike. It is 2-1. Another gorgeous day out at the old ballpark out at Memorial. That one's going to be bunted out of play, and the catch nearly made there by a fan. Nice effort nonetheless. It is 2-2. So 2-2 to Opper. As we mentioned, Kelton picks up the win in the first game. Pitched very well, in my humble opinion, anyways. Breaking ball, and yeah, that just missed. was a nice one, though. Bodwine with that nice breaking ball there. It's full count now to Opper. Fastball, and that's going to miss outside, and that will load the bases now for the right fielder, sophomore Bryce Flaker. Want to give thanks to all of our game day sponsors. Sandon Carpet One. Sandon Carpet One on Post Road in Plover is here to floor you with all the best in all of your flooring and carpeting needs. Whether for your home or business, you'll find help with choosing the right look and material to bring your flooring to the next level. That is Sandon Carpet One. So Noah Spolstra out to say a few words with Wyatt Bodwine. Bases loaded, nobody out here, and Bryce Flaker coming up here. Bodwine, that's going to miss down low, and it's 1-0 now to Bryce. So it's 1-0 to Flaker. Pitch on the way. That one's going to skip down low, and it's 2-0 now to Bryce. So potentially a very big spot here for the sophomore with bases loaded and nobody out. They're shading him over a little bit, so there's a lot of green grass. If he would pull one down the line there and left, that one's in there for a called strike. It's 2-1 now. Bodwine in, and that one's going to hit Flaker. So he'll get down to first on the hit by pitch there. And Braden Flaker now, his first at-bat here this afternoon. The senior left fielder. Bases remain loaded. Pacelli now with a 2-1 lead with Bodwine working out of the stretch. With Ranky down at third. And that's in there for a called strike. 0-1 to Braden. Ranky at third. Opper down at second. And Flaker, Bryce Flaker that is, down at first. And that ball hit, that's going to be on the ground, and the long play coming across, and they'll say that he is safe. But I think they're going to get Opper on the runner interference there, so he'll be out. And Ranky scoring that one, I believe. No? Okay, so one out. So back to the top of the order in Melise Badoon. And Badoon out front on that one. It is 0-1. So Melise 1 for 1 here today at a double and a run scored. Bases loaded with one away. Bodwine working out of the stretch. The pitch, that one's down low. It's going to be 2-0 now to Badoon. Bodwine working here from the stretch. The pitch, that one, that makes it 2-1. So 2-1 now to Badoon. Melise trying to help his own cause here at the plate. That one's going to miss high. It's 3-1 now. Ranky at third. Ball lifted into the air. And the play is made there for the second out. Out number 2.
Center fielder, number 7, Jaden Garski.
So Ranky remains down at third. You've got Jaden Garski now, who popped up to second his first at-bat. Fastball in there, it's called strike. It's 0-1 now to Garski. So 2-1 our score. Bases loaded, 2 away with Braden Flaker on first, Bryce at second, and Eric Ranky down at third. Breaking ball misses, so it's 1-1 now to Jaden. I do the book on my games here that I do, and I'm sure glad I bring a pencil for those. Every once in a while it can be sort of interesting to keep track of the official stats. It's a good thing I'm not, even though that is one way to do it. So 1-2 now to Garski. Bodwine trying to work his way out of this jam here in the second. And he will do just that. The Serb Pro Jamie Wenzel strikeout for Wyatt Bodwine. That will end the Cardinals' half of inning number 2. Score goes 2-1 now. We'll move to the third inning of play here. You are listening to and watching high school baseball here today on Zaleski Sports, brought to you in part from our friends from Hoff Favor Realty. Third inning coming up here in just one moment.
Is it time to replace your old gutters? Call Schwartz Seamless Gutters and protect your home with new seamless technology. No seams, no leaks. With free estimates in 2 days or less and workmanship guaranteed, our service is as seamless as our gutters.
At Ridgetop, we are your trusted, local, affordable exterior renovations expert. Isn't that right, Bo?
Exactly, especially when we are working on someone's biggest investment.
Can you give us an example, Bo?
Well, there was this house. We replaced the roofing, siding, and windows. Then they left a 5-star review.
One of our thousands of 5-star reviews?
Exactly.
For your free, no obligation estimate, call us today or go to ridgetopexteriors.com.
All right, back out here. Third inning coming up here. One of our many game day sponsors this afternoon, that's Dahl Automotive. The Dahl family of vehicles has been earning 5-star reviews since 1911. Now, we'd like to earn your 5-star review at their new Dahl Honda and Dahl Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram dealerships in Stevens Point. Learn more at dahlauto.com. That is dahlauto.com. Also brought to you today in part by Cheese Pleasers. Cheese Pleasers in Bancroft is a local hidden gem filled with all the finest cheeses, snack sticks, cheese curds, and cheese trays. For Wisconsin's finest cheese, stop at Cheese Pleasers right off I-39 in Bancroft. So top of 3 coming up here. Sully Perkins will lead things off here. Top of the order, 1, 2, 3 for Amherst coming up. Badoon out for his third inning of work. That one is going to miss, and it's 1-0. So Badoon 2-0 to Perkins. Perkins walked in his first plate appearance in this one. That one hit over to Schober, and that's a base hit. A nice hit there. That was just outside of the outstretched arms there of sophomore Sully Schober. So Perkins with a base hit to lead things off here in the top half of inning number 3. That'll bring up Mike Glodowski, who is 1 for 1. Singled and scored a run back in the first. Taking some signs from his coach over there. with Perkins aboard at first. Badoon working from the stretch here for the Cardinals. The pitch here to Mike, and that is in there for a called strike. It is 0-1.
Even though deflected, this is still a batted ball. The runner's still, so.
Badoon taking a moment here, and time is called, and I don't know if he got it in time. They're saying not, so it is 0-2 now to Gladowski. Snap throw back, and a pretty nice one. I beg your pardon, Rinke there. It's 1-2 now to Gladowski. Whitetail Properties. Whitetail Properties Real Estate is your premier hunting land, farmland, and recreational land broker. If you're looking to buy or sell, Central Wisconsin agents are Brian and Evan Roosh at whitetailproperties.com. So Gladowski down on strikes. A Serb Pro Jamie Wenzel strikeout for Melise Badoon. You can call Jamie Wenzel at Serb Pro for the #1 choice in cleanup and restoration. A.J. O'Brien now up. Badoon now with 4 Serb Pro Jamie Wenzel strikeouts in this one. And he goes 1-0 now to O'Brien. Perkins over at first still there. Badoon working from the stretch. The pitch that's in there for a called strike. Right down Roosevelt Avenue here. It's 1-1. 1-1 with 1 out, and Badoon's offering on the way. That's going to miss down low. It's 2-1. So Ethan Pesky, the on-deck hitter for the Falcons. Just an absolutely picture-perfect type day for some high school baseball. Non-conference game for both teams here, but certainly that ball lifted, hit pretty well out into center. Garski ranging over for it and making the play to retire A.J. O'Brien, the fly out to center, the F8. So 2 away now for the senior third baseman here, and Ethan Pesky is 0 for 1 here in this one. Badoon is going to miss a little bit inside on that one. Ball 1 here, and it's 1-0 to Pesky. The 1-0, and that one is going to miss. So it's 2-0 now to Pesky. Badoon in there for a called strike. It's 2-1 now to Ethan. Badoon will check back over on first. Keep a watchful eye on Sully Perkins there. 2-1 on the way from Badoon. And that one's going to miss high. It's 3-1 hitters count now coming up for Ethan Pesky. And a called strike in there in the throwdown, and it's not going to be in time as Sully Perkins is going to swipe second base. The count goes full now on Ethan Pesky. Base hit very well, could score a run. And that one misses down low, and it's ball 4. Pesky aboard with the base on ball, and that's going to bring up the catcher here in senior Noah Spolstra, who's 0 for 1 here in this game. Noah was 1 for 2 in the first game of this doubleheader today. Noah, the number 5 hitter in this Falcons lineup. And that one is going to miss just outside. It is 1-0 now to Noah. Badun set, and that one just missed. It's 2-0 now to Spolstra. Wyatt Bodwine, the on-deck hitter for the Falcons. The pitch here from Badun, that misses high, and now it's quickly 3-0 to Spolstra. You certainly don't necessarily want to load the bases here. And Bodwine had a single in his last at-bat. And that is in there for a called strike. Take all the way. It's 3-1 hitters count now for Noah. Badun's offering is hit down the line, foul. So that'll push the count now to full. Badun certainly looking to try to get out of this, I don't know if you'd call it a mini jam, maybe. Kind of a partial jam anyways, with a couple runners on. Base hit likely scores a run, depending upon where it would be hit to, of course. But Badun, nothing going there, and a full count coming right back here. A 3-2 pitch, and that's going to walk Spolstra, and that will load things up now for Wyatt Bodwine, who is 1 for 1 here today. And his sophomore catcher will come out and say a few words here. We'll keep it right here. Little Scholars Childcare. Little Scholars and Little Scholars Beginnings are two beautiful childcare and preschools in Stevens Point offering early child learning for infants through 4K. You'll find great facilities and a comfortable environment to help your child grow. Visit littlescholars.com. We're also brought to you today in part by Express Employment. Express Employment Professionals has relationships with all of the local businesses and job openings. Call or stop in at Express Employment to find the right career path for you. That is Express Employment. So bases are loaded now for Bodwine. Spolstra is going to be courtesy ran for, I believe. Noah, the catcher here. Base hit could potentially score 2. Badun going to do his part, and that ball is going to be hit out to Garski in center. And Garski, old Mr. Reliable out in center field, able to track that one down for the 3rd out. So we will move to the bottom half of inning number 3. It remains 2-1 our score here. Bottom 3 coming up. You're listening to and watching high school baseball here today on Zaleski Sports. Brought to you today by Hoff Favor Realty. Back in 1 moment.
Is your business, church, or organization getting a fair deal on your copier contracts? Do you even know how much you're spending? Bauer & Fine Business Technologies has been in the office technology industry for 70 years. We have an award-winning service department, and customers love our fair and flexible service contracts. If you're currently a customer, thank you. If you currently work with one of our competitors, let's talk. We can tell you if you're overpaying or getting a good deal. BBT, we want to be the easiest vendor you work with. b-bt.com.
At Oso Brewing, we're committed to our community and charity events. We give back locally. We're spot on with tasty food right inside our brewery. Oso pizzas and sandwiches are the best kept secrets in the area. Come and enjoy our new patio atmosphere with friends and family.
It will be something you want to tell your friends about.
All right, we are back here. One of our many game day sponsors here today. That's Ski's Meat Market. Ski's Meat Market is your locally owned premier meat market filled with more than 30 flavors of brats, along with chicken, steaks, beef, deli meats, local and seasonal favorites, and so much more. It's all at Ski's Meat Market on Highway 10 East in Stevens Point. And tell them Eli sent you, they say. Yep, that is very true. Friends down at Ski's Meat Market. Definitely try to get down there if you haven't been there. Lots of good, not necessarily just meat. Certainly that is their staple, but a lot of other good things as well. So Lucas Hammerly will lead things off here for the Cardinals in the bottom half of inning number 3. He grounded, had the RBI 4-3 ground out that plated the first run in Melise Badoon back in the first. And Hammerly will take, and he'll be hit by a pitch there. So,
Second baseman, number 10, Tomas Romero.
And that'll bring up Tomas Uemura, who is 1 for 1 here today. We saw Tomas, I know we've mentioned it a few times now, but it's certainly noteworthy that he pitched very, very well in relief of the senior left-hand starter, Kelton Opper. That one is in there. It's a called strike. It's 0-1 now to Tomas. He's been just an absolute nice addition to this Cardinal team. Just a lot of good mix here of upper and underclassmen on this Pacelli team. Snap throw down to second is not going to be in time, and Hammerly is going to reach on the stolen base. It's 0-2 now to Uemura. Runner in scoring position for Tomas. That one's down low. It's 1-2 now to Tomas. One and two with nobody out. Hammerly on the run, and he'll be in no problem down to third. He had a nice jump on that one, did Lucas. So it's an even 2-2 count with nobody out, and Hammerly down at third. Beaudoin gets his sign. He's set. The 2-2 offering here, and that one is hit out into right, and that's going to get down for a base hit and an RBI for Tomas Uemura. His second hit here today.
Third baseman, number 12.
So the RBI single to score Hammerly on that one. And that'll bring up Sully Schober, who is 1 for 1, singled and scored a run back in the second. With Beaudoin working now with nobody out here. Breaking ball in there and a nice one to Sully Schober. It's 0-1 now. Today's game is brought to you in part by Blinds and Designs by Kelly, Premier Auto Body, Dahl Automotive, Stevens Point Brewery, Lee Ayers Jewelers, Point Heating and Cooling, and Portesi Pizza. The 0-1 pitch here is outside. It's 1-1 to Schober. We are in the bottom half of inning number 3. Pitch is in there, called strike. It goes to 1-2 now to Schober. Uemura with a lead down at first. Sully Perkins holding him on over at first. Beaudoin comes set here from the stretch. The 1-2 pitch on the way, and that one's going to skip in front of Spolstra. Does a nice job to keep it in front of him, but Uemura's going to get down to second on that one. Count goes even at 2-2 now. Nicolay Bank offers personal banking at its best. Locations in Stevens Point, Wausau, Colby, Medford, Edgar, and Merrill, or learn more at nicolaybank.com. Bodewine set here, and that one hit sharply, and that's going to, nice play there made by shortstop there. That was A.J. O'Brien. The 6-3 ground out for the first out here for the Cardinals. Waymoda stays pat at second there. One away, and Eric Ranke here. Eric walked in his first plate appearance here in this one. Bodewine misses downstairs. It's 1-0 to Ranke. Bodewine checking for his signs from his senior catcher there, and he's set, and the pitch is hit on the ground, and tough play, and it's not going to be made. I'm going to say that's a single because that is a very nicely hit ball. Base hit there for Eric Ranke.
First baseman, number 8, Kelton Opper.
And that'll bring up Kelton Opper, who walked in his first plate appearance back in the second. So Pacelli now with 6 base hits here in this second of 2 games here. The delayed steal and a nice steal, and he had a nice jump on that, did Waymoda. So Waymoda down to third on the stolen base there. Coach Sankey looking over at first thinking maybe second could have been swiped also, maybe. Never know. I'm not sure if maybe that's what he was getting at. I don't know. But runners at the corner now with 1 away, and 1-0 to Opper. Pitch here to Opper. That one's going to get outside, and Waymoda's going to score that one. So Waymoda that's going to be, yeah, hard to say. I don't know if you score that a wild pitch or a pass ball. I guess that's why they leave it to me to talk and not score it, right? Either way, it's 2-0 now to Opper. He's got Ranke down at second, and that is in there for a called strike. It is 2-1 now to Kelton. Pacelli now with a 4-1 lead here in this bottom half of inning 3. In there for a called strike. Outfield shaded to their left. So a lot of green, open green space there for Opper in left field. Bodewine that's going to be hit on the ground over to Glodowski at second there. He'll make the throw to retire Opper for the 4-3 ground out and out number 2. And in the process, Ranke moves over to third, and you get Bryce Flaker coming up. Bryce was hit by a pitch in his first plate appearance here today. I believe that's Coach Weinberg at first base coach. Every once in a while, you'll see him in Sad's direct traffic over on the base paths there for the Cardinals. Bodewine comes set. And that is in there for a called strike. It is 1-1 now to Bryce. Should Bryce reach, you've got Braden Flaker in the on-deck circle here for Pacelli. Bodewine coming set here, and the 1-1 offering is hit in the air, and going back on it is Glodowski, and making the play, and a nice play at that is Michael Glodowski with the F4 to retire Bryce Flaker, I should say, for the third out. So 3 innings are in the books here, but Pacelli does come across with a couple more runs on 2 more hits, extending their lead now 4-1. We'll move to the 4th inning of play here. You've been listening to and watching high school baseball here today on Zaleski Sports, brought to you today in part from our friends from Hoff Favor Realty. 4th inning coming up in just 1 moment.
It's hard to choose a new school. It's about academics, but also so much more. What does it mean to be a Falcon? Let me show you around. It means contributing to our communities and considering our role in making the world a better place. Asking good questions so we can understand the complexities of the world around us. Creating positive relationships across our differences so that we can hear others and be heard. Solving problems as a team with both creativity and resilience. Figuring out who we are and identifying the small decisions we make every day to become who we want to be. So what do you think? Are you ready to fly?
Watch the game change, yeah.
All right, we are back here. One of our many game day sponsors, that's Mutual of Wausau Insurance. They are protecting homes, farms, and businesses since 1875. Visit mutualofwausau.com to find an agent near you. So Gage Glodowski will lead things off here for the Falcons in the top half of inning number 4. A swing and a miss to Glodowski. It's 0-1. Gage grounded into the 6-4-3 double play back in inning number 2. So he is 0 for 1 here in this one. Badoon's 0-1 pitch is down low. It's 1-1. Landon Wenzel looks to be the on-deck hitter for the Falcons. Badoon's 1-1 pitch on the way, and that's in there for a called strike. It's 1-2 now. So Malise doing a nice job in mixing his pitches here in this sequence here. 1-2 offering is outside. It's 2-2 now to Glodowski. Pacelli, the 4 runs on the 6 base hits here thus far. Ball hit into the air. I think that is going to get out of, well, it's just out of play there. Looks like a Craig Sankey sighting maybe. I'm not sure. Maybe he tried to chase that one down. I don't know. But either way, it's 2-2 now to Gage. Remains 2-2. And Glodowski stays alive on that one. Stevens Point Orthopedics proud to welcome orthopedic spine surgeon Dr. Jason Pataki. Dr. Pataki is ready to serve the central Wisconsin community and is now seeing patients. More information regarding spine and back services available at StevensPointOrtho.com. That's StevensPointOrtho.com. So it's full count now to Gage. And that ball hit really well, and that's going to, let's see, that's going to be extra bases. That ball hit on a rope there, and that's a stand-up double for Gage Glodowski. He put a charge into that baseball, no doubt about that one. It was hard to kind of track it from my angle here anyways, but yeah, nice piece of hitting there for the double with nobody out, and that brings up Landon Wenzel. Landon 1 for 1 here in this game. He had a single back in the second. So runner in scoring position now for the Falcons and nobody out, and Badoon in there for a called strike on the fastball. 0-1 to Wenzel. Dylan Cook, the on-deck hitter for the Falcons. Badoon keeping an eye on the runner there at second. Fielded there nicely by Uemura, the 4-3 ground out to retire Landon Wenzel for the first out, but Gage Gladowski moves to third on that. One away now for Dylan Cook. Dylan is 0 for 1 here in this one. Badoon working out of the stretch. The fastball, that's hit on the ground. Badoon's coming home with it, and they'll apply the tag there. And Badoon with a nice play there. He was able to, the very heads-up baseball, saw the runner advancing there and was able to get the tag there at home. So Cook down at first. That ball hit on the ground, and a nice play there made, and the throw, and a Hammerly doing what Lucas Hammerly does, and that is a nice play by the senior there, the 6-3 ground out for the third out here. So 1 hit, no runs, no errors. We will move here to the bottom half of inning number 4. Pacelli out front here 4-1. You're listening to and watching high school baseball here today on Zaleski Sports. Brought to you in part from our friends from Hofffavor Realty, bringing it right back here in just one moment.
Does your roof need attention? Don't replace it, restore it with Seamless Commercial Roofing. Our process is guaranteed and a fraction of the cost of replacement with no downtime. When your roof needs attention, call Seamless Commercial Roofing in Marshfield.
The doctor basically said, you're going to be in a wheelchair and walking with a walker. And I'm like, what? I'm like, that's my life. That's my life story. I looked around on the internet and I found Shai at Next Step Prosthetics. And I came in and met with him, and I felt so comfortable here, so unfearful. He said, we're gonna get you up and walking.
Call to set up a free, no obligation evaluation. Next Step Prosthetics, the fit for you.
We are back. Braden Flaker to lead things off here in the Cardinals half of inning number 4 here. So 9-1-2 coming up. Wyatt Beaudoin out for his 4th inning of work. Fastball hit sharply over to short. Able to stay with it. A nice throw, and boy, that is a nice play there. Wow. It's A.J. O'Brien there showing persistence there pays off. He's able, that ball was hit very, very sharply. O'Brien able to keep that, finish the play on that. Nice job by A.J. O'Brien. So 1 away now, top of the order coming back here with Melise Badoon. Melise is 1 for 2 here today in this one. Doubled, scored a run, and popped out to second base. And he's going to hit that one down the line there, foul. So it'll go 0-1 to Melise. The Rock and Roll Cafe. Find a great variety of breakfast options at the Rock and Roll Cafe. Breakfast, lunch, Friday fish fry, and service with a smile. Open daily for breakfast and lunch. Only on Stanley Street in Stevens Point. So it's 1-1 now to Badoon. Again, just a great play there by O'Brien. Can't say that enough. It's even if you can't necessarily field it cleanly, able to stay with it. Ball hit over to Pesky at third. The 5-3 ground out. So Badoon retired, the 5-3 ground out for out number 2, and that'll bring up Jaden Garski. Jaden here 0 for 2 in this game. Jaden just the sophomore. As he mentioned, Pacelli kind of a mix of under and upperclassmen, as we said earlier in this broadcast, and certainly a very talented group of classes representing this squad here. Bodwine is swinging a miss down to Garski. It's 0-1. Garski, Schober, Rinke, Bryce Flaker, the sophomores who you pretty much see just about every game. Roughly 44% of the starting lineup in most games. Ball hit, and that's going to be a base hit for Garski. So Garski 1 for 3 now. A 2-out single, and Lucas Hammerly comes to bat here. He grounded in, had the RBI 4-3 ground out. Couple stolen bases and hit by a pitch, and a run scored back in the third. 2 outs here with Garski aboard. Bodwine getting his signs from Spolstra. Pitch on the way, and that one's hit. And that will get down for a base hit for Hammerly. So Hammerly attacking that first pitch for a pair of singles here to keep this inning alive here by Garski and then Hammerly. And that brings up the hot-hitting Tomas Uemura with a couple of base hits, 2 for 2 here today. Stolen base, run scored. 2 for 2 here. Hitting with 2 outs, and that ball hit sharply in there, but should be playable out in center. And it's not. So Hammerly running all the way along with Garski with 2 outs, so a couple runs will score there with Garski, and yeah, they're going to
Third baseman, number 12, Sully Schober.
I think we're going to score that a hit, yeah. It is. It definitely is. So we'll stay right here, mound visit here with Noah Spolstra and Wyatt Bodwine. The Feltz Dairy, the culture of Wisconsin is forever tied to life on the farm. Bring the family for a visit to Feltz's Dairy Store in Stevens Point. They have cheeses, dairy products, local meats, seasonal decor, and so much more. Feltz's Dairy Store, food, family, and fun. So that's a 2 RBI single for Uemura. No, I'm going to say it's probably a hit. Play that probably you'd like to see made, and that one's going to get away from Spolstra, and Uemura's going to end up at second now. With Sully Schober here and 2 away here for the Cardinals. Pacelli extending their lead here now, 6-1. And that ball is outside and low. It's 2-0 now to Schober. Uemura down at second for Pacelli. Bodwine comes set, working from the stretch here. The 2-0 offering here to Schober. And that one's downstairs. It's 3-0 now. Rinke would be the on-deck hitter here should Schober reach base here for the Cardinals. And that one's going to be ball 4 here. So Schober aboard now. So Uemura at second, Schober at first, and Eric Rinke coming up. Eric 1 for 1 here today. He's walked and hit a single. So he singled back in the third, and walked back in the second. Hitting here with 2 outs and a couple runners aboard. Bodewine coming set here with the pitch to Ranke. And that one misses outside. It's 1-0 now to Eric. Kelton Opper on deck for the Cardinals. And a good jump there, and Waimoda going to steal third base there. So runners now at the corner for Ranke with a 2-0 count. Pitch here from Bodewine, and that misses outside. It's now 3-0 to Eric Ranke. Bodewine set the pitch. Fastball right down the middle. It's strike one. It's 3-1 now to Schober. I beg your pardon, Ranke. Thanks, Dave. I was looking at Schober on first base, and wild pitch gets away, and Waimoda is going to score on that one. So Schober gets down to second, and Ranke is going to walk. So 2 outs here, and Kelton Opper coming up. Kelton is 0 for 1 here today. He walked and grounded to second. Coach Held going to come out here, mound visit. That might be it for Bodewine in this one. We'll take a brief commercial pause and bring it right back. You have been listening to and watching high school baseball here today on Zaleski Sports. Brought to you in part from our friends from Hoff Favor Realty. Coming back here in just one moment.
Shuda Funeral Home in Stevens Point and Plover is your local, family-owned and operated funeral home providing families with compassionate, individualized, and affordable services when you need it most. The loss of a loved one is a difficult fact of life that Shuda Funeral Home will ensure you won't have to face alone. Shuda Funeral Home will guide you through the process from in-person visitations to creating obituaries and tributes. Pre-planning can also be a great way to ease these topics for your family. Learn more at shudafuneral.com or bring your questions and stop in.
You're gonna love it. You're gonna love home furniture.
Hi, this is Jill from Home Furniture and Design. Since 1970 and 4 generations, our family has been proudly offering quality furniture like Lazy Boy, Serta, and Amish to Central Wisconsin. We also offer free in-home design with our professionally trained designers to help you create a space that is uniquely yours, whether it's just a sofa or the entire home.
You're gonna love it. You're gonna love home furniture.
West Grand Avenue, Wisconsin Rapids, and Post Road in Plover.
All right, we are back, one of our many game day sponsors here today, and that's Sherrill Tire and Auto Service. For all of your tire and auto service needs, look to Sherrill Tire and Auto Service. Great deals and tires that fit your needs is a sure thing to get back on the road. That's Sherrill Tire and Auto Service. So we've got a pitching change here for the Falcons. That is Sully Perkins, the right-hander, in relief of Wyatt Bodewine. Pitching here in the bottom half of inning number 4. So Bodewine goes the 3 2/3 innings here for the Falcons. Would be responsible for the 2 runners on base now with Schober and Ranke. Perkins, who's played first base both games here, on in relief. That ball hit sharply, and a nice play there by Johnny Carlson to snag that one and preserve any further potential run scores there. So Opper, and we are through 4 innings complete here. Our score now 7-1. We'll move to the 5th inning of play here. You're listening to and watching high school baseball here today on Zaleski Sports. Brought to you in part from our friends from Hoff Favor Realty. 5th inning coming up here in just one moment.
Hey, you're tuned in to Better Halves.
Skip, I love my hometown. And I want a health plan that feels the same way. So, what are your favorite local date spots?
Oh, yeah, I know like all the date spots in Eau Claire.
Jane, I'm Steve from security. I've lived here in Wisconsin my whole life.
And that means I understand your health coverage needs better.
By the way, Doug, it's Eau Claire. I have a dozen Eclairs in my dressing room.
All right, we are back. One of our many game day sponsors today, that's Next Step Prosthetics. Providing prosthetic and orthotics throughout central Wisconsin. Take your next step and contact them today. That is Next Step Prosthetics. So leading things off here for the Falcons will be Mike Glodowski. So 2, 3, and 4 coming up here in the top half of the 5th inning here. And Melise Badoon back out for his 5th inning of work for the Cardinals. So Glodowski is 1 for 2 here today in this one. He singled and scored a run back in the first and struck out back in the third. So Badoon steps off momentarily. Melise working from the stretch here for the Cardinals. His pitch on the way. That's going to miss down low. It's 1-0 to Glodowski. A.J. O'Brien, the on-deck hitter for the Falcons. Pitch on the way. Hit on the ground is short. Hammerly makes a nice play there. The 6-3 ground out to retire Mike Glodowski for out number 1. Hammerly to Opper for out number 1. That brings up A.J. O'Brien. A.J. is 0 for 1 here today. He walked and flew out to center field. Had a nice play at short about an inning or so ago. And he looks at strike 1. It's 0-1 to A.J. Badoon now staked to a 6-run lead. Good stop there by the catcher, Eric Reinke. And that one's going to be high, and it's 2-1 now to O'Brien. Ethan Pesky awaiting over in the on-deck area for the Falcons. Badoon's 2-1 pitch on the way, and that one's going to miss low. It's 3-1 now. Badoon has pitched very, very efficiently, I would say. Ball hit on the ground over to Hammerly. Hammerly puts a glove on it, makes a long throw over to Opper, and the 6-3 ground out to retire A.J. O'Brien for out number 2. A pair of ground outs to short. 2 outs now for the third baseman, Ethan Pesky. He's 0 for 1 here in this one. He walked in his last plate appearance. Badoon. And that one's going to miss just low, and it's 1-0 now to Pesky. Badoon's 1-0, that one's high, and it's 2-0. Fleet Farm, no matter what your everyday life looks like, Fleet Farm has you covered at the best prices guaranteed. Auto, pet, bird, farm, snacks. Fleet Farm has everything you need at all the lowest prices. That's Fleet Farm. So it is 2-0. And that ball hit over to Hammerly. Hammerly able to make the play on it and unable to scoop that. It's going to be probably going to, they'll rule that an error. So that'll bring up the catcher here in Noah Spolstra. Noah's 0 for 1 here in this one. He walked in his last plate appearance for the Falcons. He's got a runner aboard. Badoon working out of the stretch here with Pesky over at first. Breaking ball finds the inside part of the plate. It's 0-1 now to Noah. And a swing and a miss. Bolster out in front of that one. It's 0-2 now to Noah. Badun up in the count here, 0-2. And that one's going to miss down. It's going to skip right in front of Reinke, but he does a nice job to stay in front of that one. That's Eric, certainly a very skilled defensive catcher, I would say. I mean, we've seen him do that time and time again. Not that that happens all that often, but when it does, good majority of the time he is able to keep those in front of him. Ball hit very well, going back on it and making the play nearly at the warning track. Spolstra gave that one an absolute ride, but it was tracked down there by Braden Flaker for the third out. So we will move to the bottom half of inning number 5. Our score is now 7-1. You are listening to and watching high school baseball here today on Zaleski Sports, brought to you in part from our friends from Hoff Favor Realty. Bottom 5 coming up in here in just one moment.
After a couple years of this, it's time for more money, more opportunity. That's where Midstate Technical College comes in. Got a passion for helping people? Maybe you like cars. Are you into science? Are you good with computers? No matter your path, we've got cutting-edge classes with field-trained professionals and better tuition options. Stop getting by and level up today.
In every department at Dahl Auto, you'll find people who've been in the industry for decades. Sales staff with a deep knowledge, not just of cars, but how to build relationships. A service team who always double-checks each other's work. Dozens of people you may never meet who've been working for years to make buying and servicing a car feel fast and easy. In over 100 years at Dahl Auto, we've learned to value experience. After working with our team, you'll value our experience too. Dahl Auto, simple.
All right, we are back here. One of our many game day sponsors, that's the Tomorrow River School District. Great things are happening at the Tomorrow River School District with open enrollment now open. Come and join the Falcon family. Are you ready to fly with us? That's the Tomorrow River School District. So that'll bring up Bryce Flaker. Bryce 0 for 1 here in this one. Flew out to second base and then was hit by a pitch. Solly Perkins back out there for his second inning of work. Worked 2/3 of it inning the last inning here, and out for his second full inning of work in this one. His team trails by 6. That ball hit in the air, foul. That should be playable in foul territory, and it is. And Ethan Pesky able to make the play on that, the F5 to retire Bryce Flaker. And that'll bring up older brother Braden Flaker, who is 1 for 2 here today. He singled back in the second and grounded into short in the fourth. So Perkins working with 1 out now here, bottom half of inning number 5. Working out of the stretch, fastball hit on the ground to Pesky at third. Pesky gloves it, throws it over to Carlson at first, and the 5-3 ground out to retire Braden Flaker for out number 2. And back to the top of the order for Melise Badun. Badun is 1 for 3 here in this game. And looking to help his cause. He and his teammates have a 7-1 lead here, and Badun 1 for 3, as we mentioned, grounded out to third. Back in the fourth. Perkins' offering is in there, and it's a called strike, 0-1 to Badun. So Perkins, who's come in relief here of Wyatt Bodwine, has pitched very well, granted very early in a off-speed pitch. Badun out in front of that one. It's 0-2 now to Melise. Badun, the 0-2 offering, that one's going to miss high, and it's 1-2. Jaden Garski over in the on-deck circle for the Cardinals. Should Melise reach. And a swing and a miss, and Badoon down on strikes, the third out. A 3-up, 3-down inning for Sully Perkins. And a Serve Pro Jamie Wenzel strikeout at that. You can call Jamie Wenzel at Serve Pro for the number one choice. And cleanup and restoration, 5 innings are in the books. 3 up, 3 down, no runs, no hits, no errors. Nobody left on here. We'll move to the top half of inning number 6. Jelly out front here, 7-1. 6th inning coming up here on Zaleski Sports. Back here in one moment.
Are you tired of being a boring old tree, bird, or mythical war hero? Find the right job for you at Express Employment. Stop today and discuss positions that fit your abilities and qualifications, leading you to the perfect job. Always local, always strategically selected to match your skill set with local employers. There's a perfect job out there. Let Express Employment professionals help you find it. In Wausau, Stevens Point, Medford, and Marshfield. Find jobs and apply online at expresspros.com.
Hello, Wisconsin. Felt's Dairy Store in Stevens Point is your spot for family fun, Wisconsin style at the farm. Come have an ice cream or some of their daily made fresh cheese curds while observing the robotic barn milking the cows. Ask for a tour of the farm or let the kids see the cows up close. Various Wisconsin-made dairy and beef products, seasonal decor, and outdoor activities are just the start of the family fun that awaits you at the Felt's Dairy Store, just a half mile from Walmart in Stevens Point. Felt's Dairy Store, food, family, and fun.
All right, we are back here. One of our many game day sponsors here this afternoon. That's Dahl Automotive. Dahl Automotive in Stevens Point has over 1,300 vehicles, but they want more. So they'll offer an extra $500 over book value for your trade-in vehicle. Shop DahlAuto.com for the best selection in the area, or stop in to see them at Dahl Honda just off Stanley Street, or at Dahl Chrysler on Highway 10 East in Stevens Point. So Badoon out for his 6th inning of work here, and that's Wyatt Beaudoin up. 6, 7, and 8 coming up here for the Falcons. It's 0-1 to Beaudoin. Badoon's offering a swing and a miss. So Melise now quickly up 0-2 here on Beaudoin. Top of the 6th already. It's amazing how quick things go here. Time flies when you're having fun, as they say. It's 1-2 now to Beaudoin. So Badoon comes set here. His 1-2 offering here to Beaudoin. And that one is a swing and a miss, and it's a strikeout and a Serve Pro Jamie Wenzel strikeout at that. You can call Jamie Wenzel at Serve Pro for the number one choice in cleanup and restoration Serve Pro like it never ever happened. So that gives way to Gage Glodowski, who had that absolute shot in terms of his double in the last at-bat here, and back in the 4th, Gage did. He's out in front of the Badoon off-speed pitch. It's 0-1 now to Gage. So Gage is 1 for 2 here today, doubled, and of course we mentioned earlier hit into that 6-4-3 double play back in the 2nd. The tailor-made double play turn by the Cardinals, and that's a strike in there. It's 0-2 now to Gage. Badoon's 0-2 offering, and that one's hit sharply over to first. Opper is not able to come down with it, and that'll be a hit for Glodowski, his 2nd here in this one. So Gage 2 for 3. And that'll bring up Landon Wenzel, who is 1 for 2 here in this game, this one. The 2nd of 2 games here. He grounded to 2nd and had a base hit back in the 2nd inning. So we're going to get a courtesy runner here for Glodowski. That looks to be Logan Hintz, the courtesy runner from what I can see. And Landon Wenzel. And that one Misses down low. It's 1-0 to Landon. Badun offering to Wenzel's fouled back. It's 1-1 now. So Dylan Cook, the on deck. Beg your pardon, I think that might be John Carlson, number 10 there. And that is in there for a called strike. It's 1-2 now. So that looks to be John Carlson, the on-deck hitter for the Falcons. Wenzel able to hold back on that. It goes even at 2-2 now. Badun, 89 pitches, they're saying. And that is in there for a called third strike. And another Serb Pro Jamie Wenzel strikeout here for Melise Badun, out number 2. And that brings up John Carlson with 2 away, and Hintz down at first as the courtesy runner there. Badun working from the stretch here for the Cardinals. The pitch is on the way, and that one is downstairs. It's 1-0 to Carlson. Badun, that one's low, and it's 2-0 to Carlson. And a swing and a miss. And it's 2-1 now to Carlson. That one's high. It goes 3-1 hitters count now to Carlson, with the top of the order coming up here. 3-1 hitters count. Hintz down at first as the runner for the Falcons. Badun working out of the stretch here. The 3-1 offering is going to be outside. It's going to walk John Carlson. So Hintz will go down to second, Carlson to first, and that'll bring up Sully Perkins. Sully is 1 for 2 here today. He's walked, grounded to short, and singled. And it looks like we're going to get Coach Sads for a mound visit, or Coach Joey. We'll stay right here. Maida Custom Apparel. Maida Custom Apparel specializes in providing quality decorated apparel, including from corporate casual, team uniforms, and promotional items to sporting goods and awards. Find just what you need to keep you looking great. Learn more at maidacustom.com. That is maidacustom.com. So maybe a few words of encouragement for his senior right-hander there. He works with 2 outs, and Sully Perkins, as we mentioned, is 1 for 2 here, walked, singled, and grounded to short. Badun trying to work out of this frame here, and that one is hit sharply, and that's going to be a base hit, and it should score a run, and it will. And an RBI there for Sully Perkins, his second hit here today. An RBI single for Perkins.
Number 1, Mike Ledowski.
So Hintz scores there, and John Carlson gets to second. Mike Ledowski coming up. Mike is 1 for 3 in this one. Got a runner in scoring position. That ball hit well out into right field, and that's down for a base hit. And that should score a run as well. So Ledowski with an RBI single. His second hit here this afternoon. As Carlson scores on the RBI single for Ledowski. So now it is 7-3. Both teams even at 8 hits apiece. And this is A.J. O'Brien. A.J. is 0 for 2 here today. Walked, flew out to center, and grounded out to short. And that one misses out, or up and out, we'll say. It is 1-0 now to O'Brien. He's got Perkins, I believe, down at third there. Glodowski, and that ball hit down the line. That's going to be an RBI. So 3 consecutive hits here for the Falcons. Perkins coming across to score. Glodowski goes to second, and O'Brien with an RBI single. And I believe that'll be the day here for Badun. He would be in line for the win should things remain on the trajectory that they are on, although a lot of baseball left here. Amherst with 3 consecutive base hits here. We'll get a pitching change, and we'll take a brief commercial pause. You are listening to and watching high school baseball here today on Zaleski Sports, brought to you in part from our friends from Hoff-Favor Realty. Bringing it right back here in just one moment.
Ski's Meat Market is your locally owned premier meat market filled with so many delicious favorites featuring hundreds of varieties of bratwurst, chicken, pork, steak, and so much more. No matter what you're looking for, everything you'll find at Ski's Meat Market is always fresh with so many local gems including pizzas, salsas, deli meats, and a variety of homemade dips, pasta salads, veggies, loaded baked potatoes, and drinks. Ski's is a one-stop shop for all your culinary needs. They're always adding new flavors and specialty products. Ski's Meat Market on Highway 10 East in Stevens Point. Their quality is worth the stop.
All right, we are back here. We're in the top half of inning number 6 here. Amherst puts 3 runs on the board here in this top half of inning number 6 here. We've got a pitching change. That is junior right-hander Nate Hammerly in relief here of Melise Badun, trying to get the final out here in the 6th inning, and he'll go through 4, 5, and 6 here. I mean, I guess technically with 2 outs. Ethan Pesky, the 4th hitter here today, coming up here trying to keep this rally going for the Falcons. We've seen Hammerly a couple of times here thus far. The junior right-hander, he's looked pretty solid, I would say, in my opinion. He's going to certainly try to do his part to try to get out of this half inning here. Stake to a 3-run lead here. Still a lot of baseball left, though.
Number 13, Ethan Pesky.
So Ethan Pesky coming up here. He is 0 for 2 here in this one. He did walk back in the 3rd inning. Reached on an E6 in his last at-bat. Hammerly in there, and that's a called strike. 0-1 to Pesky. So Nate working out of the stretch here for Pacelli. Fastball and 2 consecutive fastball strikes for Nate Hammerly. It's 0-2 now on Pesky. Nate certainly another one of those arms in this stable of pitchers for the Cardinals. The 0-2 offering here from Hammerly. He'll step off momentarily. Glodowski will retreat back to second there for the Falcons. Hammerly's pitch, and that is going to just miss. It's 1-2 now. Didn't miss by much, but it goes 1-2 now. The 1-2 offering here, and that one's fouled back into the fencing materials here. Spolstra, Noah to hustle over and grab that baseball. It's going to remain 1-2 now. Nader with a 1-2 offering, and that ball hit out into left field, and that could score a run. It will not. So Pesky with a base hit. That gets Glodowski to third and O'Brien to second, and Pesky down at first. Bases loaded, 2 away, and Noah Spolstra coming up. Noah's 0 for 2 here today. He flew out to deep left field in his last at-bat. Put a charge into that baseball, but Braden Flaker was able to cover a great deal of ground and track that one down for the final out. And he looks at strike one. It's 0-1 now to Noah. So the Falcons have virtually batted around in this 6th inning here, and that one misses upstairs. And Rinke is able to keep that one in front, technically with him, so. Nate Hammerly pitches, and that one hit sharply and just down foul. Look out over there, Mike Glodowski. He was able to duck under that. I'm not sure how he did that. He did, though. Showing that athleticism there is Mike. That ball was hit hard. So Spolstra was out front of that. It's 1-2 now. Noah certainly a dangerous hitter here in this spot. The number 5 hitter, one of the seniors on this Falcons team. A hit could score a couple of runs, and a swing and a miss. And Hammerly going with the number 2 there, and he'll strike out Spolstra for the 3rd out, and a Serb-Pro Jamie Wenzel strikeout at that. You can call Jamie Wenzel at Serb-Pro for the number 1 choice. And cleanup and restoration, Serb-Pro like it never ever happened. We'll move to the bottom half of inning number 6. 7-4 our score. Pacelli coming up here. You're listening to and watching high school baseball today on Zaleski Sports, brought to you in part from Hoff Favor Realty.
Imagine if your orthopedic clinic, surgery center, and physical therapy were all in one place with one team. At Stevens Point Orthopedics, you'll have a clinic where a friendly voice always answers your call. If you need further care, it's a short walk to meet our surgery center team, or down the hall to meet a group of our physical therapists. There is one space and one team for the best orthopedic care in central Wisconsin. That's Stevens Point Orthopedics, world-class treatment and hometown care.
All right, we are back. Bottom half of 6th inning coming up here. Shoot a Funeral. Shoot a Funeral Services in Stevens Point and Plover is here to help you with all of your funeral needs with 2 convenient locations and a personal local touch. Let their experienced staff serve your family. Learn more at shootafuneralhome.com. That's shootafuneral.com. Once again, shootafuneral.com. I'm going to make sure we've got that exactly as it appears here. So 2, 3, and 4 coming up here for the Cardinals. Sully Perkins back out for another inning of work here. The Falcons are able to claw a little bit closer now. So a 7-4 game here, late goings. Jaden Garski. Jaden singled and scored a run back in the 4th. Jaden is 1 for 3 in this contest, in this one. So Garski, Hammerly, and Uemura. Breaking ball and a nice one. That's in there. It's called strike 1. 0-1 to Garski. So Perkins trying to do his part in the Falcons to try to hold the Cardinals here, and in the late goings in this one, it is 1-1 now to Garski. And Garski is going to get a base hit. That's Jaden's 2nd hit here today. Nice piece of hitting there for Jaden. So he's 2 for 4 here in this one. And that'll bring up Lucas Hammerly. Lucas singled in his last at-bat back over in the 4th. He's scored a pair of runs here today as well. Breaking ball, nice one at that. It's 0-1 now to Lucas. Perkins working, keeping an eye over there on Garski, the speedy sophomore. Snap throw down to second, and a good throw at that, and they're going to get Jaden Garski. What a good throw there by Noah Spolstra to throw out Jaden Garski. Jaden, a very fast runner as well, so we know we've seen him out in cross country, so that was just a well-designed play there. Good throw by Spolstra. And that one's going to miss high to Hammerly. It's going to go 1-2 now. Wemora, the on-deck hitter for the Cardinals. And that one's going to be hit, and we'll see if that one... But tell you what, that's going to stay fair, and a infield single there for Hammerly. Kind of towing the line there was that baseball. Thought maybe it might roll foul, but it did not. So an infield single there. Hammerly's second here in this one. And that brings up Tomas Wemora. Tomas with 3 hits today. 3 RBIs and a couple of runs scored for the senior. And a throw down from Spolstra down to second, and it's not going to be in time for Hammerly, who will steal second base on that one. And a good jump there by Lucas. So Wemura looking to keep the hot bat going here for the Cardinals with a runner in scoring position, 1 out. The pitch here, and that one's going to skip away, and Hammerly is going to get down to third. So Perkins here working out of the stretch with 1 away. The pitch to Wemora. That ball hit on the ground over to Gladowski at second. He'll glove it, make the throw, and a run will score. So Hammerly comes across to score. The
third baseman, number 12, Sully Schober.
The 4-3 sacrifice RBI ground out there to get Wemora, but he does drive Hammerly in for the 8th run here for the Cardinals. They've doubled up the Falcons now, 8-4, 2 away for Sully Schober, who is 1 for 2 here in this one. Singled, scored a run in the second, and grounded in the 6-3 ground out back in the third, and walked back in the fourth. And it's 1-0 now to Schober. Ball batted foul. Thought Wayne might try to put a hand on that one. Did not. You know he could make that play though. I would bet on it. I would. I've seen him make it many a times. Now it's 1-1 now to Schober. And the breaking, or I shouldn't say breaking ball, that was an off speed. That misses high, and it's 2-1 now. Bases clear with 2 away. And that one is in there. It's a called strike. It goes even at 2-2 now. And that one's going to miss high and in. It goes full now to Schober. As we mentioned, Schober with a base hit today in this game. The full count offering here to Schober, and he's going to grab a piece of that one. He'll be hit by a pitch here, so he'll hop aboard with 2 outs on the hit by pitch, and that'll bring up Eric Renke here. Eric is 1 for 1. He's got a couple of walks and a single here in this contest. Working with 2 outs here. Perkins set and the pitch, a swing and a miss. Ranky out in front of that one. It's 0-1. And that ball's going to be lifted out of play. It's going to get foul, I believe. Probably winds up on the smaller field right behind us here at Memorial. It's 0-2. And that one just missed. It goes to 1-2 now to Ranky. The 1-2 pitch to Eric. Misses down low. Nice stop there by Noah. 2-2. Schober aboard at first. The 2-2 pitch coming up here to Ranky, and that one hit sharply, and that's a base hit for Eric Ranky. So Eric with his second hit in this one.
Brings up number 9.
And that'll bring up the designated. That's Nate Hammerly coming in for Opper, yep. So Hammer comes up here with 2 outs. With a couple of runners on base now, and Nathan up here for the Cardinals. Have to think that he'll probably get the 7th of this one. Ball hit out into the air, shallow left field. That's going to be... And unable to make the play at short. Throw coming in, a nice throw at that, but it's not going to be in time as Schober scores the 9th run for the Cardinals, and they're going to say base hit for Nate. And so a couple outs here, and we're going to get a courtesy runner there, and I think that is Henry Garrettson, I believe. And here's Bryce Flaker now. Out in front of that one, it's 0-1 to Bryce. Bryce 0 for 2 here today in this game. Hit by a pitch, flew to second and flew to third. And the off-speed pitch in there is called strike 2, and it's 0-2 now to Bryce. Perkins looking to try to get out of this one here for the Falcons, and that one is going to miss just upstairs. It's 1-2 now. Garrettson, one of the courtesy runners out there over at first, it looks like. And that ball hit foul, and that one hit on a rope, and that one's that's gonna roll all the way down to the I think that's a salon over there, maybe, perhaps. I'm not sure, but that ball still rolling. Still rolling down Wisconsin Avenue. 1-2 here to Bryce. That one misses just high. It goes 2-2 now. So Bryce just out in front of that one. Hit it on the screws, however. That ball hit down the third base line and foul. It remains 2-2 now to Bryce. Jelly has done all of this with 2 outs here, by the way. extending their lead 9-4 here. And that is a curveball in there in a third strike here to retire Bryce Flaker. And a Serpro Jamie Wenzel strikeout. We are through 6 innings complete. Last call here coming up for the Falcons. 9-4 is our score. We'll move to the 7th inning of play here. You are listening to and watching high school baseball here today on Zaleski Sports, brought to you in part from our friends from Hoff Favor Realty. 7th inning coming up.
The auto service specialist at Sherrill Tire and Auto Service can change your oil, fix your brakes, align your vehicle, make that check engine light go away, and more. Great service from great people at Sherrill Tire and Auto Service. Find your location at SherrillTire.com.
Rich, creamy, and fun. Point Craft Soda. Caffeine-free, made with 100% real sugar. From Stevens Point Brewery.
All right, we are back here, top half of the 7th here. Nate Hammerly back out for his 2nd inning of work with Wyatt Beaudoin up here. And that one is going to miss, and it's going to be 1-0 to Beaudoin. Wyatt is 1 for 3 here at the plate. Singled, flew out to center, and struck out here today. The 1-0 pitch from Badu, and that one's in there. It's a called strike. It's 1-1 now to Beaudoin. Hammerly's offering is a swing and a miss to Beaudoin. It goes to 1-2 now. So last wraps here for the Falcons. Junior Nate Hammerly trying to seal the victory here for the Cardinals. And that's in there for a called 3rd strike, and that is a Serpro Jamie Wenzel strikeout for Nate Hammerly. You can call Jamie Wenzel at Serpro for the #1 choice in cleanup and restoration. Serpro like it never ever happened. 1 away now for Logan Hintz. So Nate, fastball misses a little bit high, and it's 1-0 to Logan Hintz. Landon Wenzel appears to be the on-deck hitter for the Falcons. Nate Hammerly, fastball, and that's in there. It's a called strike. It's 1-1 now to Hintz. Landon Wenzel on deck. And fastball misses. It's 2-1 now to Hintz. Nate Hammerly working out of the windup here. His fastball is going to just miss, and it's 3-1 to Hintz. Trying to keep this game going for the Falcons. A swing and a miss. Just out in front of that one. Count goes to full now to Hintz. Hammerly's 3-2 pitch, and that one's downstairs, and it's ball 4, and Logan Hintz aboard with a 1-out walk, and that'll bring up the center fielder and Landon Wenzel. Landon 1 for 3 today in this game. Struck out looking in the 6th, I should say. Grounded to second in the 4th, and had the single back in inning number 2. And that one misses. It's 1-0 now to Landon. Hammerly working out of the stretch with a runner on, and Logan Hintz over at first. Fastball, swing and a miss to Wenzel. Now it's 1-1. 1-1-1, 1 out. 1-1 the count here. Hammerly's pitch, and that one's going to be inside. It's 2-1. Hammerly comes set here with his 2-1 pitch, and that one's in there for a called strike. It goes even at 2-2 now. That ball's going to be hit out of play. Foul. It's going to remain 2-2. So Nate Hammerly working with a 2-2 count with one away. The pitch to Wenzel off speed, and that's going to be a called third strike. The breaking ball in there, the Serb-Pro Jamie Wenzel strikeout for Nate Hammerly. You can call Jamie Wenzel at Serb-Pro for the #1 choice in cleanup and restoration Serb-Pro like it never even happened. So 2 away now for John Carlson. Hammerly in there for a called strike. It's 0-1 to Carlson. So Nader comes set from the stretch. That one's fouled back. He's up now 0-2 to Carlson. So Hammerly comes set here. The 0-2 pitch here to Carlson. And that one's going to miss just down and in. It's 1-2. And the off-speed pitch misses just high. It's 2-2 now. Carlson doing his best to keep this one going here for the Falcons. Top of the order would be coming up with Perkins should John reach here. And a swing and a miss, and that's the third out. And Serb-Pro Jamie Wenzel strikeout here. A final here, 9-4 in the second of 2 games here. We'll have our Nasonville Dairy postgame show coming up next. Is the Nasonville Dairy postgame show. Nasonville Dairy with fresh cheese curds made daily. Get your cheese curds, Nasonville Dairy in Marshfield Curtis, or MasonvilleDairy.com. That's NasonvilleDairy.com. We'll hopefully get a few words with head coach Wayne Sankey, a player or two from both of the 2 games here today on our Nasonville Dairy postgame show. We'll be back here in just a few moments to wrap things up with our Nasonville Dairy postgame show on Zaleski Sports.
Good day. My name is Ken Hyman, and welcome to Nasonville Dairy here in central Wisconsin, Marshfield, Wisconsin, as a matter of fact. Nasonville Dairy actually goes back to 1885. We are the oldest plant in Wood County. When our father brought us here in the early 1960s, we ran 7,500 pounds of milk a day. We now run 1.8 million pounds of milk a day. We buy dairy milk from 200 dairy farmers here in central Wisconsin, produce it, and ship it all over the world. We make a lot of different cheeses. We make cheddar, Colby, Monterey, Farmer's Cheese, Peach Cheese, Quesa Blanca, Quesa de Fure, Seco, Parm, Romano, Asiago, Fontina, Feta Caseri, Caflatiri, Cafla Graviera, 20 different flavors of Monterey, as well as making Edam, Gouda, and Munster. This has allowed us to go to a lot of different countries. Our furthest accounts are now in China, Japan, Canada, Saudi Arabia. We do ship to Mexico, as well as a number of other places throughout the world. This is what we call Cheese Making 101. We tried to walk you through the cheese plant today, and we're in hopes that you see our people, what they're doing, and the amount of work that goes into producing the products that we hope you enjoy. We make a lot of different cheeses. We make cheddar, Colby, Monterey, Farmer's cheese, pizza cheese, Quesa Blanca, Quesa de Fir, Seco, Parm, Romano, Asiago, Fontina, Feta Caseri, Caflateri, Cafla Graviera, 20 different flavors of Monterey, as well as making Edam, Gouda, and Munster. And the cheese be with you.
All right. Well, good. We are back out here. Head coach Wayne Sankey, you guys come out here. You get a very great victory, 4-1 in that first game, doubleheader here, and then you guys come out here and take care of business in the second game. Talk about a doubleheader. I mean, really, probably one of the nicer days that we've had. I would say a Saturday doubleheader, not a cloud in the sky. Amherst certainly a fun team always to play. Talk about a day like this. It's a grind, I would say.
Yeah, we try to play as many games as we can against some tougher competition, schools that are bigger than us, and Amherst has got a good season going for them. And, our guys, like Nate Hammerly showed us that he could come in relief and do a job. And I'm really proud of our guys because, every game counts for that seeding, and this is something where we've got to come and try to win 2 games. And, when we get to the seeding meeting, we're chasing Gibraltar right now, who's undefeated. So, but I just like the way we're playing. We made a couple mistakes today, but that's part of the game. But our guys are really doing a good job in all aspects of the game.
They really are, and you guys moved to 10-2, and as you said, the seeding meeting, every game that you play, no matter who it is, certainly very important as you get into the seeding. You never like to think too far ahead, but the reality is these are the kind of games that you look back on. Coach, talk about where we go from here because you guys are back on the road on Monday at Port Edwards.
Yeah, we're back on the road at Port Edwards. We got Lucas Hammerly ready to go that game, and then hopefully we can take care of business. We don't like to look too much forward to Pittsville on Thursday, but it's nice to have 2 games this next week where we can hopefully not burn through guys and they can get a little rest after playing I think 6 games this week, or 5 I should say, but hopefully they can get some rest tomorrow and we'll get back at it on Monday.
Back at it on Monday, and Monday looks like it's going to be a warm day. Hopefully the weather holds up. Never know with Mother Nature. But, Coach, anything more before we get it over to our 2 Zaleski Sports Highlight House players?
No, I thought Melise threw well, and he ran into just getting tired there at the end, leaving the ball up. And, we wanted to bring Nate Hammerly in fresh in the 7th, but, Nate Hammerly did an extremely good job for us in relief, so we're proud to see that.
Yeah, absolutely. Certainly one of those underclassmen. You guys have seen, we've seen Ranke, we've seen Flaker, we've seen Nate Hammerly, Sully Schober. I mean, you guys have 4 young pitchers. Future still looks bright. I know there's a lot of season left here. Coach, anything more before we turn it over to the rest of your guys here?
We're good. We're good. Be good to the people.
Be good to the people, yes. Well, that's head coach Wayne Sankey here. We'll bring over our 2 seniors here. We have co-Zaleski Sports Highlight House players today. Thought they would only be fitting since you guys played 2 games, a doubleheader. We're going to start here with senior Tomas Weimora. Tomas, talk about your role. You had 3 hits in that second game. You pitched very well in relief in the first game to nail that victory down here in the save for the Cardinals. Talk just a little bit about where you are and how you see this team.
I guess my role in this team is always try to score runs and help in the defense, I guess. Yeah.
Absolutely, and there's so many different aspects of baseball, and you seem to really do so many of those things. Score runs, as you said, come in relief and pitch very well. Very capable in terms of being able to mix those pitches, and then certainly had the 3 hits in this last game. So anything more before we'll turn it over to Melise, and then I'll get you guys both in the highlight house after we talk here to Melise.
I just love playing this team, That's it.
Excellent. Well, you stay right there because we'll get you in the Zaleski Sports Highlight House player. We're going to switch gears to Melise Badoon here, the other senior right-hander who, as your coach said, you came out, you got the victory here today, Melise. Pitched very well, I thought. This is a very good Amherst team that you guys beat twice today. Melise, talk about your role. I know you pitched very well.
Yeah, I try to do what I can for the team. Obviously, if that's me playing short, me leading off, me pitching like I did today for this game. I mean, obviously just doing what I can for the team and tell me what I need to do by the coach and go and do it.
Yeah, I like that. Kind of just so versatile, certainly in the field, at the plate, on the base paths, and certainly out on the hill today. Melise, anything more? I mean, you guys have a conference game next Monday, and then you guys are at Pittsville next Thursday. What can we expect next week?
Yeah, you know, we got a little tough schedule going on. We got Pittsville coming up next Thursday and then another conference game on Monday, but we're just going to keep working hard and keep going out there and giving it our best and try to go get 2 more dubs next week, I think. And then I also want to shout out Jeff Saddlemeyer for being here the whole time.
Coach Sad's here the whole time. I like it. Well, we will get both of you guys in the highlight house. I think you both know the drill here. I'm going to start with Melise since you're closest here. I'll count you down. I'll give you the mic, and then I'll have you say your name and that you are in the house. So we'll go 3, 2, 1.
I'm Melise Badoon, and I'm in the house.
That's Melise Badoon. We're going to count Tomas here. We'll go 3, 2, 1.
I'm Tomas Remora, and I'm in the house.
Tomas, we'll give you the fist bump. Nice job there, young man. That is senior Tomas Wemora, who, you know, as we saw, are 2 Zaleski Sports Highlight House players today. Very impressive 2 victories here for the Cardinals. Amherst, very, very good team, as Coach Sankey said. Really, and as you get into the season, as you look at seedings, you never like to get too far ahead, certainly, but these are the kind of games that when you do have the seeding meetings, victories in these types of games, very, very important, I would say. So Pacelli advances to 10-2 on the season here with a pair of victories here today from Memorial Park. They will be back in action a couple of conference games next week, Monday over at Port Edwards, weather permitting, of course. And then they will be on the road against the conference-leading Pittsville Panthers. Certainly that will be a very good baseball games. We'll have both of those games on Zaleski Sports. Hopefully folks can get out to those games in person, but if you can't, we will have both of those games on Zaleski Sports. You can do both. You can be in person and tune into Zaleski Sports as well. But either way, again, a final out here in the second game. Pacelli comes out of here with a pair of victories against a very good Amherst Falcons team. You talked a little bit with Coach Sankey here as we move into May. A lot of baseball in front of them yet, but either way, they will take it, advance here to 10-2 on this regular season. Braden Sutter on the production, doing a great job as always to kind of keep us moving through the course of the broadcast. Brandon Baroncott on the call here with Zaleski Sports. Again, Pacelli coming out here 2-0 here at Memorial Park this Saturday, April 26th. With that, we'll sign off. Have yourselves a very good rest of your Saturday and weekend, everyone. You've been watching and listening to high school baseball here today on Zaleski Sports. Have a good rest of your day, everyone.